All right. Okay, good. I do have that muted. Excellent.
Hopefully we don't end up with a double thing. Oh, and I am really bad now. Hold on, guys. Give us a second. Technical difficulties. I want to be up there. Why am I so big now? It wasn't big as
That's what he said.
Turn that off. You're right. Why is my Skype cam so big now all of a sudden? My Skype order. No, I want this one. Unlock it. Let me shrink myself. There we go. Now I'm the right size. Oh, I don't know why it just like totally went straight to being like this super huge. Like it wasn't. Now you're big. What the hell?
No. It's going back and forth. I don't know why.
All right. Well, let me see if I can adjust it for the way you are currently, and then we'll play with it. Let me lock mine so I don't accidentally move mine.
Yeah, Saber, you're a big pain in the butt. You know that? But you haven't been all night.
Now, hopefully, you don't get big again. That's going to be a PETA if I got to chase the screen size. There we go. Alrighty. Whoever's in the chat, if any of you guys are, and we're just witnessing that whole debacle, hopefully you can hear us. Hopefully we're all good on that end. Jesse's asking how the food is.
It's fine. You know, it's McDonald's, so you know it's not amazing, but it's fine.
Turn down the desktop audio because you are quite loud. All right, talk again, Cat. Maybe a little bit lower.
La 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 la
Okay,
la.
you're at least in acceptable range of loudness now.
Yeah, I need to play around with my settings.
Well, don't
like not right now. I will later.
Well, I can see the decibel levels of how everybody is doing, and I have a gauge of how loud things are. And so I know, like, you were peaking way into the red, so I had to bring you back down so, like, your tops are, like, in the yellow. Jesse says audio seems clear. Brad says loud and clear. Jesse wants to know, is Canadian McDonald's better? Well, she would have to be able to compare that to American McDonald's to be able to know.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, what I've heard of American McDonald's, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the quality just isn't there.
Oh, I have no idea, because who knows? They may be the same quality. Who knows?
That's fair, because, I mean, like, McDonald's here used to be awful. It was garbage quality, and then they stepped it up a few years ago.
Well, they did it here, too. I mean, they kind of stepped it up, but, I mean, it's not like... It's not like fine dining. It's not, you know, forget everything you know but fucking fine dining kind of thing. Oh, I should not be cursing already this early in the live stream. I'm going to get myself demonetized. So, the usual spiel, share the live out, get us out to a few people, let's get this live going. Generally, my lives on the heel or cusp or heel or around the time of a big sporting event tend to crap out. They have not generally done well right around a big sporting event. Am I right, Kat? I'm over here looking at you. I need to look at the cat that's over here.
Yeah, so... well, actually, you might do better this time because that's tomorrow.
I know, but, you know, maybe some people go to sleep early so that way they can watch the game tomorrow. I don't know.
The game's on at like 3 or 4 o'clock. It's fine.
I'm not a football person. I don't know. I just know that my home team, if I had a home team, is technically in it.
Oh, to be honest, like, I watch one NFL game a year, and that's the Super Bowl. And I actually have money on this game because, through this...
When we tell you about gambling...
Yeah, hey, it was money that they actually gave me to do this bet. So
you don't have anything actually technically out on the line.
Yeah, no, I don't. It was literally like they gave us $2 to do this. They call it a pinata bet on this website. And it spits out a random score and who's going to win. So if the Eagles win 44-41, which is highly unlikely.
Oh, that's really high up there.
Yeah, it is. Highly unlikely, but if it happens, I will win $4,000. But I doubt it.
Apparently, Jesse could be watching King of the Hammers. What is King of the Hammers? It sounds familiar.
Oh, so King of the Hammers is this ultimate, like, rock-crawling off-road race.
Oh, that's why that sounds familiar. Yes, that would definitely be right up my alley. I see. I don't do TV, so there's a lot of events I don't know are happening.
Technically, I don't think they actually televise that.
Right, but I don't know about a lot of stuff. So unless somebody else knows about it and passes it on to me, I don't normally know of all these events because I'm not, as much as I like rock crawling and the rock buggies and just in general 4-wheel drive technicality events. Like I think Four-Wheeler Magazine put up this one. Oh, geez, I was a kid when this happened, but they used to have like this torture test. You had to like, it was like basically an off-road rig. Well, yeah, torture test. It was an obstacle course. I think they still have it, but it might be the Hammers thing. I don't know. I also watch Busted Knuckles. I think that's what it is. And they do the big rock buggies and the big LS powered freaking basically truggies. Those are fun to watch, where they just gotta power their way up the side of a freaking a hill.
Can I help you?
You watch the sand dune stuff every once in a while. Hello, Rebecca. Rebecca, if you have a more I don't know if you go by Rebecca or Becky or whatever other short names for Rebecca, let us know in the chat. Everybody has nicknames. Some of us we know their nicknames, some of us we don't. So now you're small again. This is the one thing I don't like about Skype.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Now, let me make sure that I have, because if I have you on active speaker, as far as that's the camera it's using, it shouldn't do that.
Well, let's just see. Okay, so I'm just going to talk really quick here, just like this, and see, do I get bigger? Yes, I do. So, it seems like it. No, actually, it's going back and forth between big, small, but it seems like whoever active speaker is, they get big. And then I just get small.
No, well, it's just not really... It shouldn't do that.
No, it shouldn't. I know how it should work. Because I've been here before.
Right. It should depend on the words are failing me as usual. The resolution you're putting out. So the resolution that Skype is getting from your feed should be exactly what we're seeing, and it might be your internet bouncing forth between different bandwidths.
I mean, it could be. I mean, again, so actually, what I was talking about before the live, and then I got interrupted because it's like, yeah, we're live in like 10 seconds. Okay, I'll shut up. Is so kind of funny. I leave my house and I noticed that, oh crap, the plug-in outside that we usually use for either plugging the cars in, or we have it to where I use tools outside, stuff like that. It got run over, and the thing is just completely, the end of it's completely destroyed. So it's like, okay, and that's sparked.
Well, who committed that crime?
It would have been either me or my dad, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you can't blame it on one person or another, huh?
No, we don't really know. Like, my dad doesn't even know that happened yet. But, anyway, so... And that apparently, like, so I picked it up and it sparked immediately when I touched it. So I'm like, okay.
It probably should.
I'm just gonna, yeah, it shorted out the breaker actually. So I had no power to the front of my house. Cause I'm like, I tried to turn on the outside light. I'm like, okay, like coming home. I'm like, okay, this is weird. Why isn't this working? And I noticed the bulb was a little loose, so I tightened that back up and go, no, that's not the problem. I go inside and everything is shut off in here. I'm like, oh, so I have to retrip the breaker. Cool.
So we have a few people in here already. So we have Brad, we have Jesse, obviously you're here, Harvey popped in, and we have Rebecca who wants to be called Mo.
Rebecca? No. Reread that. That's not...
What?
No.
It's supposed to be call her Mo.
Oh, is that what that says? Okay, sorry. I thought
read down a little bit. It's Brad's next line says, her, not he, stupid phone.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Because I was just looking at that going
Bradley is Mo? No. Bradley is not Mo. Rebecca is Mo. I am pretty sure I read that right, because I asked when Rebecca popped in. I asked. Yeah, see? Rebecca says she's Mo. See? Told you. I had this right. I am the be-it-all power of this podcast. I'm right. That isn't just a load of bullshit.
This podcast, technically, yes.
But never am I always right. Half the time I'm wrong, so. I thou be it, Rebecca is now Mo. And then what is Brad? Brad, what is Jess's name for Brad? Chicken Nugget. Because Chris is what is Chris at? Spicy chicken? I forget Chris's name now.
Yeah, because I want to say it's spicy chicken, and
I think it's spicy
then
chicken.
Joe is spicy child.
Yes. Well. Now we just need to see, baby pictures of Brad in the tub with nothing on, that whole spiel that moms generally do. And would just completely humiliate poor Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, you can send it straight to us and put it straight live, except for that probably get flagged for,
yes. Harvey wants to make sure it's perfectly clear he is not Mo.
Okay, we will note that.
Apparently Mo is going to do some searching for some baby pictures of Brad.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll just have to share that in the live chat. Yeah, don't get flagged.
By the way, I am further along than I was last year at handing out live stream gifts from. Yeah. Jesse has ordered his shirt, and I have found out a critical flaw in my my shirt business. So. The shirt company that I uses charges me when somebody buys a shirt for the price of the shirt. Right? Charges me directly. I get paid. So somebody buys a shirt, I get charged for the shirt. I get paid through my website to my personal bank account. But the shirt gets charged to my PayPal account. And in fact, actually gets paid to my PayPal credit. Which is all well and good, as long as my PayPal credit isn't bumping up against its limit. So, I'm either going to try to create another PayPal with its own credit limit, so that way I don't have to worry about that. But basically it means I get charged instantly from the t-shirt company when somebody orders a shirt. And then I have to reimburse PayPal for what they took, for what got taken out.
That is so dumb. It should just come out of their end and then they spit it out to you.
Because my store isn't connected. So the way that the website works, okay? Yes, I order t-shirts from said company, right? But my website is not connected to that company. It just sends out the request for the order. The payments to the website go directly to me. I then have to pay the t-shirt company for the shirt. But it's not like I directly get that cash as soon as somebody buys a shirt. We got an echo going again. So let's see. Do I have more than one? No, the only way that I can see...
No, he's referring to something else. Because if I remember, unless if he's actually saying if there's an echo, which he's the only one that said that so far, because he mentioned something like that on a video that I did.
Oh.
In a comment, which I didn't quite understand the sundry echo.
Yeah, but you're bouncing back and forth between.
I
kind of wish that if it did it, it would just expand it outwards instead of expanding it just one down one corner, because then it could just put you in the middle and you would just flash big and small. And it would look symmetrical at least. But no, it's bouncing you in between being... And I wish I knew which one it was going to be more of, because then I would just set it at that, but it's just bouncing back and forth.
That's funny. And because I think he refers to sundry echo to my car, which I don't know why that's what he calls that, but...
Well, we'll have to clarify it. Jesse, Harvey, we need a clarification.
Yeah, because I never did ask him about that. Okay, Saber, stop it. Those are my friends.
I mean, for the most part, it looks like you're big, but every once in a while you get small. And you'll flash back and forth between. Oh, there you went small and big again. You missed it. You looked away.
No, I saw that.
It's eye-grabbing.
Yeah, I have peripheral vision. I can see it.
What is that? I have glasses on. I don't know what peripheral vision is. I have good vision and then I have blur.
You see, Jesse, the problem is that punch was a little late.
Yeah, well, it could have been anything at that point. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I was tempted to say it, but I didn't.
Harvey, I don't know. Maybe your one speaker is got a little more latency than the other.
Yeah, that's just on you, because I'm not echoing.
Well, actually, technically, I'm watching my mic, and it is technically picking up. I can lower the volume here on my speakers, but technically, my mic was picking up your voice.
Oh, is that what? Okay, so it's okay. So maybe there was a little bit of an echo. It just, he just has his volumes a lot more sensitive than most people.
Well, I don't know. It depends on where it is outputting, because it should be outputting them through here. Here, talk again.
Hello.
Yeah, that's not it. So I thought maybe it was the speakers in the monitor were going. Because there is a speaker right here next to the mic on the one monitor, but it shouldn't be adding sound through the monitors.
Now, it's kind of hard to blame them when they aren't in power, but okay.
What?
It's just funny. It's a political thing. It's funny.
Oh, okay.
Like that way, like talking politics that way is funny. That's all. Because we don't have, like, NDP is a political party here in Alberta and in Canada in general, but they're not in power right now. He just wanted to say that just for fun. Because everybody likes to blame
I didn't see the comment.
Yeah. And honestly, a lot of people blame them for stuff even though they haven't been in power for 2 years. So, it's just funny.
Okay, so hopefully now it won't be as echoey, maybe. If there even was an echo. I mean, if there was an echo, it was very, very slight.
Yeah. Which, like, now, mind you, I have, obviously, the sound through Skype, not through the laggy of the YouTube, so.
Well, yeah, because that would be really weird.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing is I'm listening to the Skype call, which might be where the slight lag is coming from, but I doubt it, because I'm not playing the sound from, wait, maybe I am. No, that's muted. Okay, no. I wanted to double check to make sure I wasn't having sound coming from the YouTube app.
Yeah.
I like how you can peek my logo behind you every once in a while. Because I have a logo there in case there's nobody there or it blacks out, so that way there's not just dead space there.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's pretty cool. It's cool because that's technically a full blacked out logo, but I have it slightly transparent, so that way the flames still show up through it. It's pretty cool looking. That took some doing to get that to go through. Alright, so we're gambling already. Okay, so we should go over, because I like to tend to do this towards the beginning of the live stream for anybody that's watching the live stream after the fact. Channel updates and news. First thing would be the TA. Still no change with the TA. I am starting the process of planning to get the parts for that because within the next month or so, it should be getting warm enough to go outside and go work on the damn thing. As far as the scale modeling stuff, I am planning on picking up the airbrush, the air compressor, and the spray booth within this week. I've been watching prices for the different stuff to do that stuff. There's a change. It's got more dust. Actually, not really. I do go out there and I do dust it off a bit. Maybe not really, but there might be more things on top of it. I think there's a camera bag on it right now because I was digging in my camera bag the other day. And I did move. I rearranged my boxes of wires back there because you can't really see it. But I cleaned off my whole modeling desk again, and I have cleaned off some areas back there that had a bunch of junk. So, no garden in the trunk, no. Mommy would love her shirt. You can go to NOVAtazz.com and you can pick out a shirt and then tell Brad to buy it.
Yeah, and
we got some really cool ones, like the one Jesse picked up.
Yes.
Jesse got the Mind Blown shirt.
Ah, cool.
I don't even have one of those yet. He will
what
have
you gonna do?
the first printed copy of my Mind Blown painting.
See, and, because, yeah, as for my stuff, nothing has changed because I've been sick all week. So,
I heard.
Yeah, I just got over it today, and, you know, I would have
Perfect
been...
timing.
Yeah, I would have been in, Edmonton had I just, you know, I told my dad that I wasn't feeling as good this morning, which is not a lie, because he woke me up and basically said, hey, we're going to leave. I'm like, no.
I don't want to.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are we barking?
And so, you know, and
Give me 10 seconds. You can entertain them. I gotta go find out why my dog's barking.
ooh, I get to dance. Ooh, let's dance.
Why are we barking?
Yeah, cat dancing. But yeah, so like, cause I got sick. I want to say it was like Monday or Tuesday, and you know, I've just been sick for the entire week. So my center console has had nothing else done to it yet. Cause there is stuff that I'm still planning on doing to it. It's not gonna look as pretty for a while until March at some point, but I have ideas to get it to be mounted a little better and to clean it up just a little bit more. But it's still not going to be like, oh my god, this thing is like absolutely gorgeous. No, it won't be, because old plastic, and then also right now, because something I need to do is, because my center console's out of an automatic car, and so they actually have, there's an automatic and a manual bezel for the shifter. So I'll need to swap that out for a manual one so that I could actually, you know, put my shift lid over it. But I'm sorry, Brad. I can't do a spin here. That's not gonna work. It would be really hard to do a spin here. I mean, I could, you know what? Here, hang on. You want to see a spin? 1 second. Okay.
I am not quite sure what his issue was.
Okay, I can't do a kickflip either. Sorry, Jesse.
No kickflips?
No.
Do a barrel roll.
No, I can't. Like, so, like...
Wait, no. Better one. Do a burnout.
You know, I have one guy that keeps asking me
I know, that's why I said it.
It's driving me nuts. And then I guess he's changed his tune a little bit. And he's talking about my footwear and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, great, you're one of these guys. Great! So, yeah.
People are weird.
They are. You know,
Cat is lost, keeps looking at the door.
Yeah, well, you missed it on the live stream because Brad told me to do a spin, and I said I can't, but like hang on, and I made my cat do a spin.
Oh. I could have done this before the live, but I don't have my normal pistachios. I have this big bag of like bulk pistachios, and it doesn't have a zip lid. My dog is highly interested in it. No, you can't. Very professional to do in the beginning of the live. Anyway, there we go. Pistachios.
Absolutely. Hey, we never said this was super professional.
Oh, yeah, right? Are you going to come up and say hi?
Because, you know, if it was super
No, we can't see the puppy because the camera is...
It's a puppy!
That's a puppy.
It's a puppy. Alright, cat.
You just want to smell everything on the desk.
Of course he's a dog. That's what happens.
You're gonna fall. No. I don't know if my sound is actually synced up to the camera or not.
My end seems to be.
Well, you and Skype would, but I don't know if it is on YouTube. Because I'm going to point and I'm going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I bet you my sound is off by just a bit.
Yeah, and it might be. I mean,
Which I do have a way to fix that, but I would have to literally stop my camera for a hot minute. Because I would have to use my Logitech whatever and then use that as an NDA source and send that to both Skype and here. Apparently he's at Independent Foods in Alberta.
Independent Food, yeah, in Devon. Ooh. So fancy. When I say that, I mean Devon is a small town.
Oh, that's kind of like mine.
Which actually, so it's interesting because, so in a few weeks, like I'll be working on my buddy's car, and he's gonna help out as well, but I'm gonna be paid for this, which is nice. And his car is actually out in Devon, and he's gonna be paying me both in cash. I believe he's gonna give me, now these heads need to be worked over because they're really rough. Like, I'm not sure if I'll be able to use them. I'll find out. And he's got an in with the dude that runs Devon Dyno, which is a mobile dyno that the guy has. And I'll get free pulls on the dyno. So.
I don't know if this is any better as far as being in sync or not. I'm going to try this again with the counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me know if that's any better. Apparently Desi's already told me,
yeah.
Of course.
And yeah, it's definitely not far from Beaumont at all. It's like 20 minutes. So, and like we'll be, grabbing the tow truck and towing his car to my buddy's place, which is near Beaumont.
Okay. Well, I've switched it back to my normal audio.
Yeah, they were just saying audio quality and audio.
What I had ended up doing is I had going off of the audio feed through the NDI source, which is what the camera that is like a couple seconds behind is, and apparently the audio sucked.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there was definitely a second echo at that point, yeah, because it was picking up the same audio source. Alright, so hopefully that works. Hopefully, I'm just going to be slightly laggy behind the video. Now, I can do, I think, one more thing to try to improve the video to be equal. I don't know if that's going to work, though. And yeah, unfortunately, I can only play with this stuff while I'm live. Because none of this stuff,
Yeah, and even though, like Harvey might be hearing my voice twice, it would be on your end only because it would be impossible for it to be picking up.
No, it wouldn't be your end. It'd be my end, and it'd be any speaker.
Oh, and your Zoom went all screwy.
Because
you're all zoomed in now on your mic or on your.
That's hilarious.
Webcam.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to stop my camera here. You'll still hear my voice. Of course, you guys apparently are going to see a blue screen, so I'm just going to hide that. You guys should still be able to hear me just fine. I'm going to disappear for a hot minute. It's just going to be Cat up there. And the ghost of my voice. Alright, so there is that. That's the webcam. Where is the...
What the?
What's up?
Oh, just reading the comments. Yeah, Katakana's garage? What? I'm so confused. Bradley just said, "You turned blue. Did you eat a bad pistachio?"
Right?
Now, okay, I am curious how the heck autocorrect went to Katakana's garage instead of Katarina. Wow. Like that? Wow. Because, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, until that moment, I've never heard of Katakana. That's kind of funny.
I want to do landscape, not... What the hell? Why won't it let me do landscape? There we go. Right. Alright, Alright, let's see if I can find that as a source. What are you doing? No, get whatever you're chewing on, don't do that.
No worries, Harvey. Hopefully to see you later.
Alright, bye, Harvey.
Which I think he's just going away for a second and then coming back.
Right. Yes, no. Alright, no, I don't actually want to record. I don't know if I'm going to be able to... Why is it not showing up as a source?
So much fun dealing with new stuff for the
new
live.
Technology is awesome.
Ugh.
I mean, that should be what I'm looking for. But it's not showing up anything. What am I doing wrong? That's your source. Where's my output?
I'm not going to be spitting the cat much more than that.
Oh, why not?
He's no... Because he's no man. I don't like to disturb him too much. Like, I'll still disturb him a little bit, but bear in mind, that cat that I spun around, he's 23 years old. All he wants to do right now is just be on my lap and sleep. Which I'm allowing him to do so, because if I wake him up, he's just going to want my food.
I am not finding the video source of...
Technically another cat, not plural. I've only got 2 cats. Which, I don't know where he is. He's down the hall somewhere. But I'm not gonna go get him, because he can be a little bit of a, little bit of a dink when Saber's here.
I don't know why. I might just have to go back to the thing I was doing before. And just
Hey, you'll just have to.
Yeah. Alright.
Because like I predicted, Harvey was just going away for just a second, and then he came back.
Alright, I'm back, right? Yeah. I'm back for you. Means I should be able to bring myself back up here. Oh, I'm really small. Why am I so small? Webcam settings. I don't know why I'm so small.
No way, you're so tiny.
I am. I'm so tiny. I don't understand.
Oh, it went blue.
I'm hoping it goes back from blue.
I could be brown. I could be blue.
I could be violet too.
It's a violet sky.
Whatever. Yeah, I'm just tiny.
Giggity.
Make sure that this one's all locked.
I love this is one of his heads. What are you talking about? One?
There we go. Alright, enough dicking around with that. Only one of his head. Where's the second head?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
I only have one head. I'm not a hermaphrodite.
And so
Which is totally wrong. That's not right either, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard or saw, but the new trailer for the new Fast and Furious movie that none of us asked for dropped.
Yeah, I saw it showed up on my YouTubes as an ad.
And now, like, watching the trailer, it's like, okay, this looks to be a little bit more of, like, okay, yeah, they still have the, the bad guy, whatever it is.
But they look like they added a bad guy that wasn't in any of the other movies. Just like, you know what it's like? It's like when they, ow, you're stepping on my toe, you dick. You fucking heavy ass.
They've done this before with Furious 7 and adding Jason Statham to
that's what I was just about to mention. It's like when they added him into the fucking Japanese freaking the Japanese Fast and the Furious, so that way they could bring back Han or whatever. It's just like yep, here's this guy nobody knew anything about, and it's so entwined into the whole story, and it's now 10 movies in.
Well, see, I'm just waiting on, when the next one comes out, that it's the pizza guy that they sent, that had to drive around their street race in the beginning, that he's the villain. I swear to God. Because they get that ridiculous. But hey, at least there isn't Fioros going into space this time.
It's just, I used to really like the movies, and I still would probably watch it for the entertainment value, but reality has just gone completely out the fucking window, and cohesiveness or canon of the story has gone out the window.
Yeah, now this one, they did obviously add him in a couple of scenes where he wasn't there, but to be honest, it looks like it's going more towards the cars again compared to the other ones that haven't.
Well, yeah, I do agree with that. It looks like it's gonna be some good racing. But yeah, it's just another one. Okay, they're going off after Toretto's family this time.
Yeah, which that's the premise of like all the movies.
Yeah.
At this point, other than the first 4 movies, 5, I guess.
They are. If you don't go into them expecting something, the movies are good entertainment.
Oh, exactly. I go in there not expecting a I don't expect the first movie again. Which, and if you look at the first movie, we only like it because it's actually about cars and stuff like that, and
Funny thing is, it was never meant to be about the cars. It's the hilarious thing.
Yeah, well, because if you look at the overall story isn't bad, but it's very cheesy and whatever else, but we love it. You know,
Yeah,
it's a cult classic movie.
they did a really good but piss poor job of freaking capturing car scene because well, it looks really good. It's just if you're a true car person, which is why it was never actually directed at car people. There is so many mistakes in it. But the thing is like it was never meant to be pitched towards the car culture. It was supposed to just be like a, I don't know, like just an action film, like a suspense film.
Well, the one thing is, and it's so funny because Craig Lieberman, he was the one in the beginning that helped procure the cars, and he
I know he tried to get them to do the right things as far as the way that the cars should sound, and they totally just didn't listen to him.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, there was some stuff they did listen to him too, like, for example, Brian was supposed to start out in, because instead of an Eclipse, oh, what the hell was it? I want to say it was like a Dodge Avenger, like the first generation from the 90s.
Oh, gross.
Right? And then he was going to step up to I think it was no, it wasn't a PT Cruiser. What was it? I can't even remember.
That's even worse.
But it's just like, they had no idea what they were doing. They knew nothing about car culture or anything, so they brought Craig Lieberman in to kind of do it properly.
Yeah.
And which... He did what he could, but he still got...
Well, like they said, they didn't listen to him about the freaking shifting of the gears and different other things and certain lingo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, and also, the thing, like, he still laughs at the, oh, hey, danger to manifold. And, the floorboard falling out. Because that always happens when you're in manifold breaks.
Yeah.
And if you have a fuel-injected car with a computer, like a laptop that's directly connected in the car at all times, it's going to tell you danger to manifold every time. No, that's not real.
Not to mention the fact that all of the bolts went flying into the car, but yet the pan dropped down.
Yeah, it just, oh, God.
If there was pressure like that, number one, I don't know what kind of pressures they're thinking are going to be underneath of that car. They're going to make the bolts go flying through the car like that. Number two, the fact that you had all that pressure to blow the bolts through the panel, but yet then the panel just drops to the ground instead of flying into the car.
Yeah.
Number two, who just puts a freaking diamond-plated panel in like that? I could see that in a muscle car or something like that, but that car, why would you just randomly have this panel just riveted into the floor?
If it was in, like, okay, right where it was makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like, because, I mean, I get, like, if you wanted to, for some reason, do, like, diamond-plated floors,
but
sure.
The thing is you probably wouldn't have cut out the floor underneath of it. You just would have put that on top of it.
No, exactly. Like, you would have just riveted it in right on top. Easy. Right?
How about there's a floor pan when he picks Dom up running from the cops? Yep, that too. Mysteriously, the floor pan's back.
Yeah, or, well, just like, there's a meme out there that's great, because I don't know if you've ever seen, so, when Jesse is racing against Johnny Tran, with Race Wars,
right,
you see his Jetta pull up, and it has no front calipers on it.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
And the reason why, it's because the brake discs that they put on it were actually supposed to glow. But they decided not to do that, but they didn't decide to just bolt on calipers really quick to, do the scene. So there's this, because the line of, hey, where's my car? And, instead of Dom saying what he normally says in the movie, just goes, hey, no calipers. He kept going. Oh, God. Which, and I didn't know that until I was much older. I probably didn't, I
probably didn't notice it when I watched it the first time.
I mean, I've seen it so many times, and it wasn't until probably 3 or 4 years ago that I knew about that.
I wasn't really looking.
Yeah, no, it was that. And it's we love especially the first movie. The first movie is the best one. But, from a...
I don't know, I kind of like the one with the Monte Carlo as well. The kids.
That's Tokyo Drift.
Yeah, I like that one. At least I like the beginning of it.
Yeah, I mean, I love.
I told you my
Tokyo Drift.
buddy has that car, right? Well, a replica of that car.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, of all the movie cars you can build, other than okay, like stripping it out and doing the aluminum panels, it's probably the easiest one to build because it's not a mint car.
Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, it is. It's not mint, but at that point, it also makes it hard because you're now trying to duplicate damage, and duplicating damage is harder than duplicating perfectly mint paint.
Yeah, although what I loved about that scene was really funny because like that Monte Carlo actually had about 800 horsepower, and
my buddy's is pretty decent too. Let me pull him up. I'll put a link to it in the chat to his Instagram.
See, I mean, like, but the one thing is, because when he goes on the off-road portion of that race, and he's keeping up to the Viper, yeah, apparently they were both pinned, and that's just how fast that Monte Carlo was compared to the Viper. Which I'm not surprised by that because honestly, that Monte being as stripped out as it was with that much power, it's probably lighter too than the Viper was. And make more power, so, you know.
I gotta find his profile.
Just, you know, awesome. Like, and yeah, like, Tokyo Drift is the last of the proper car movies. Because even though I love Fast 5, don't get me wrong, but it stopped being so much a car movie at that point. You know,
Yeah.
and then 6 got ridiculous, and then, of course, 7, 8, 9, you know, just more and more stupid.
I feel sorry for 9 then. He didn't deserve to go that way.
Yeah, and you know, and
kids joke. You missed it. 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
I know.
Cringe. That was cringy.
Wasn't it?
But you know, and you know, like I'm actually looking forward to potentially going, you know, to see the movie like in theaters because I usually see them in theaters, and it should be fun. But you know, like and this one, like I said, it looks like it's going more towards the roots. Like there isn't stupid, you know, superhero crap like they have been doing.
Yeah.
Now it's possible that they have that. They just didn't put it in the trailer.
Of course, now that I'm trying to find that person's page, I can't find it.
Plot twist.
Right?
They deleted it.
No, they didn't. But I'm just... They didn't post anything actively, and it's annoying. Because it's, you know, it's not summer, so he doesn't have constantly posting pictures of his car. And trying to dive through, you know, how many... If I search for his car itself. What we got going on in the chat? Anything good? No.
No, nothing.
I have a phone update, if that matters. Oh wait. Blah blah blah. My phone's on its way. My new phone.
Hey, let's go.
Fought with TD Bank, Samsung. I got hung up on. Did I mention that one where I got hung? No, I think that was a Monday. I got hung up on by Samsung customer service twice.
Yeah, you did mention that.
I did mention that. Did I mention that in the group chat, or did I mention that up here on the live?
See, and I don't know that one for sure.
That's why I had his name wrong. There it is. And it sucks because I can't necessarily screen share it right now. Control C. I will post a link to one of his pictures in the chat. There we go. One link. But yeah, he has he's local to here.
Oh, cool.
I've actually read it. He's found me a couple times out in the wild. He had a picture of it out in front of this one. Does he have another picture?
Oh, see, now it's interesting because he put a he put a little different twist on it because he did his in gloss versus the car was in matte, or
it's not really in. I mean, I guess it is in gloss.
Oh, it's 100% in gloss. You can see the shine of the lights on it.
Yeah.
At the very least, maybe it's not gloss paint, but it's a gloss clear.
I have pictures of it where it's not super shiny.
Yeah, but it's sweet though. Like I've honestly, that's one of the ones I wanted to build because it's one of the easier ones to build. And now you don't have to completely strip out the interior like that, but you can have the outside like that, right? That's the beauty of a tribute.
I'm not quite sure how stripped out his is. I've yet to see the car in person because we met each other because of the 4th Gen Novas, and then he picked up this car.
That's fair. Because, I mean, and I love that generation of Monte Carlo. Like, it is my favorite. And what's interesting, because, like, those...
mine.
Well, like, because those Monte Carlos, they don't have the value. It's so weird. Like, you can get...
technically ugly. As far as body lines are considered, they are not the most aesthetically pleasing of body shapes.
I mean, yeah, there are other ones that look better. That's for sure. Especially for any of the GM, I think that's A body, I think. Yeah. You know, and because, like, for me, I think the best looking of any of those was the Buick Skylark.
I mean, that's just like the, what is it, is it the Lugana? It was also in that generation?
No, that was the next generation.
Yeah. They had it's even like my cars. That was an awkward time period for car design.
Oh, it was, but like first generation Monte Carlo, which is what that one is, you know, that's not as awkward. They knew what they were doing. Like, it just came out in 1970 when it probably should have came out a few years earlier. Yeah. But they didn't want to.
No, that came out at the same time as the Chevelle.
When the new body Chevelle came out, yeah.
That was 73 then.
No, for that square, the one that you just showed, like from the Fast and Furious, like Tokyo Drift, that is a 1970 or 71, but that body style started in 1970. It went until 72, I believe. 73 is when it got to a big-ass luxury car.
Yeah, because I could have sworn that the Monte Carlo shared the same chassis as the Chevelle. Because I thought it was the Malibu. And Malibu ran with the Chevelle body style up until 72. 73, they switched to a different body style. And I thought that's when they started calling it the Monte Carlo instead of the Chevelle.
No. So the Chevelle kept its name right up until it was like 76 or 77. Because even the...
Hi, Pilot.
The Lagunas was still a Chevelle. It was just a special edition of the Chevelle. Or just like... So I think it was Chevrolet Chevelle Laguna S4 was like the badass one, even though it had like 200 horsepower. But, you know...
Badass
just,
weak sauce.
Yeah. It was just
anything
that
at that time period had weak sauce.
Oh yeah, like, and to be honest, I like those cars. But yeah, no, the Monte Carlo started in 1970. That name. And
what body
like,
was
yeah,
it on then? Because it definitely wasn't on the same body as the Chevelle then at that point.
Oh yeah, no, it was. It was GMA body. The GMA body was the Skylark, the Chevelle, the Tempest.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at the body lines of, like, the rear, the rear pillar and all that, and it doesn't have the same body shape as the Chevelle.
Oh, so basically, I believe the wheelbase is even different because I believe the Monte Carlo is longer too, but the overall underneath, like the underpinnings, is a Chevelle. It's just a little longer, and they changed the roof line and all that stuff. Like, but a lot of the interior is very similar, that way. But like, cause put it this way, the Monte Carlo was supposed to be like the luxury version of the Chevelle, essentially.
Well, it'd be the luxury version of the Malibu. Because the Chevelle is based on the Malibu platform.
Yeah. But you know what I mean when I say that.
I'm not arguing. I don't, like, there's areas of even cars that I like that I don't know their complete history of what was what and when was what. I just know, like, the Malibu and the Chevelle shared the same body up until 72 that I know of. And then I thought the Malibu kept going and they transferred the name to the Monte Carlo. I'm obviously wrong. I don't ever claim to be perfectly right unless I'm pretty sure I'm right. Which we've had those arguments on here where I'm dead set that I'm right, and even if I'm right or wrong. But yeah, I always thought that once they dropped the Chevelle that they had went to the Monte Carlo. And I thought the Monte Carlo was late 70s. But, yeah.
I don't even know.
Jesse says he's right.
But I don't even know what he said.
I'm pretty sure he's just being a smartass. 90%. I am 98% right that he is being a smartass.
Yeah, I haven't even seen him say anything. So,
no, I'm pretty sure he's just making a comment the fact that I'm saying that I'm right or wrong or whatever, and he's just, I'm right.
Yeah.
that sounds like something I would say, just to interject myself.
Oh yeah, and that's yeah, it's funny. But like, because that's the interesting thing with GM, and actually the reason why they had the 400 cubic inch rule until 1970 for any of their intermediate or compact we say cars, because of they were at the mercy of the government for potentially becoming a monopoly. And so that's the reason why they actually had that, where nobody else had that issue. But GM was so big back then that they were having that problem. And so, and then they finally lifted it by 1970, but by then it was almost too late because the horsepower war was starting to die. By granted, it's 72 more so, but
they still had the 454.
Technically, 1970 was a 454.
Mm-hmm.
First year it came out, right? Comparatively, though, you could get the badass, 426 Hemi dating back to 66 in that, and then like for Ford, the 429 is, I believe, 67.
I don't know, the 396 was nothing to sniff at either, though.
No, I mean, to be honest, the only difference between a 396 and a 454 is the 454 makes more torque. That's it. Because they make the exact same horsepower.
Right, but the 454 had bigger cylinder heads, and I'm pretty sure a bigger piston.
Yeah, they were definitely, I think they were stroked, but literally, it's interesting because when I looked that up and realized, a 44 is just literally, yes, there are quite a bit of differences between the two, but power-wise, it just made more torque, but horsepower was the same.
Okay, so I'm gonna interject here because my I grew up with both of these engines. So my stepfather had an 85 K5 Blazer with the 12 bolt axles. I'm thinking 12. I think it's 12 or 8. The lots of freaking lug nuts.
Yeah.
Had a 10-inch lift, 2-inch body lift. Originally had a 396 in it. out of a Chevelle. Okay?
Yeah.
396 Chevelle engine. He blew it up. He grabbed a 454 marine block. Obviously swapped the crank out of it. Pistons, rods, you know. He kept the heads off the 396. Threw the heads from the 396 onto the 454. Well, that instantly brought up the compression ratio. So basically the same thing that I did with hi Chieftain. I don't think I remember seeing you in here before, but hello, welcome to the stream. So he dropped the 454 with the 396 heads on it, and this thing literally would spin itself into the ground in four-wheel drive.
Well, okay, yeah, but that's not surprising, considering you upped the compression ratio of what that 396 would have been because you put smaller chamber heads on it, right? So it's going to make more power.
You upped the compression ratio of the 454.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? And so that's going to make more power than that 396 ever did. Yeah. But, like, at least, I should preface this with, because I haven't seen dyno numbers between the two, it's what the factory rated them, it was just the 454 had more torque.
Yeah.
That's the only difference, like, at least power-wise between them, right? Now, yeah, you do that, I mean, that'd be just like, oh, hey, I'm gonna take my 200 and I'm gonna go grab a 144 head and shove it on there. Yeah, it's gonna make a hell of a lot more power because it's gonna have like 13-to-1 compression.
Right.
You know, like that's a given. So it's the same idea, right? And it's just one of those things that way. But yeah, so like if you take stock block for block from, because you could still get to 396 in 1970 technically. If you got the base 454 and the base 396, again, power numbers are very similar, just the 454 had more torque.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying.
Unfortunately, I absolutely love that truck. But he ended up giving it to his niece, who eventually ended up stealing parts off of it and then scrapping the rest of the truck.
God.
That sucks though, because like I said, it had a 10-inch, it had a 8-inch suspension lift, 2-inch body lift, sitting on 44s. Like I said, it had the big axles in it, the big diffs. I mean, the truck wasn't like super great shape, but it wasn't in bad shape. But that motor was freaking, and it had a turbo 400 behind it. So it was a pretty nice truck.
Yeah, and yes, there was a Smogger 454, but that was much later. You know, like Smogger 454 didn't come out until I want to say it was 1980, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Because they did lower the compression ratio through the 70s, but they didn't put any, smog equipment on it until they were required to.
Now she's mad at me. I tried to let her know that I was live before I picked up, and it hung up before I got the message out. Because normally I answer the phone when she's coming home during the live stream. But I wasn't trying to be rude.
Yeah, it happens. Like, you know.
I just didn't want to answer the phone in the middle of the live stream and her being live without knowing she's being live.
Yeah, it's fair. And also, like, something now. It's interesting because within the car hobby, like, I'm sure you're aware that there are people that, like, they like their cars, whatever, but they're completely car illiterate. They don't know anything.
Right.
Right? There's this one girl in one of these Mustang groups. She asked if there happened to be a mechanic, and I'm like, well, I'm not a certified mechanic, but, you know, what can I help you with, right? Basically, see if I can figure out your issue. And so she has a 2006 Mustang with the V6 in it Now, unfortunately, that motor is not a great engine. It's the 4-liter V6. They use them in the Rangers as well. The problem with those engines, really, is they have a dual timing chain system. So they're an overhead cam, and basically there's a timing chain on the front of the engine and a timing chain on the back of the engine.
What engine is this again?
4-liter Ford. So
why don't they just keep both timing chains up in the front?
I don't know. Welcome to Ford. I think it's just when they went wrong, they wanted you to take it to the dealership because it would be a pain in the ass to work on it. Because you have to pull a motor out to get the rear chain. You just do.
It's a Ford.
Yeah, and like there are some dumb Ford stuff out there. Well, not lie. I like my Fords, but man, they got really stupid. Especially through like the 90s and
Jesse
2000s.
says, "Are you sure it's not the 3.8 V6?"
No. Well, yes, I am sure. Like the 3.8 V6 is essentially a 302 with a couple cylinders chopped off with aluminum heads on it. But it's much worse because it has a lot more issues than the 302 did. Because they just made it a lot cheaper. So there's that. But no, I'm talking about the 4-liter overhead cam. They made it from, I want to say it was like 92 right up until, I think it was 2010.
Oh, it's that time in Ford's life.
Yeah, like the awful Ford years, really.
Yeah,
like,
that's what my stepfather, he has a Ford Exploder from about that time period with a Mazda 5-speed manual transmission and all-wheel drive.
Yep.
It was an ex-Ranger vehicle, and he has the hardest time trying to track down parts for that thing because they're like, oh, they didn't make a manual all-wheel drive, and because trying to find that specific transmission because they didn't stick it in a lot of Fords.
Yeah. And so, yes, Jesse, there was a 5-liter Explorer through, I think it was 1990 until about 98, I think it was.
I think his is only I think his is a V6.
Yeah, well, his is, his isn't an Explorer for one, it's a Bronco 2. So...
Oh, Jesse's? Yeah, Jesse's little Bronco.
Yeah. But the Mustang, so the Mustang had the 4-liter overhead cam engine from, I think it was 2005 until 2010, I believe. Because then afterwards it went to a 3.7 V6, and then they went to the EcoBoost.
Yes.
Well, and no, what's dumb is that, like, they didn't put the good EcoBoost in it, because the truck's got the 3.5 EcoBoost, which is a great engine, to be honest. But they put the 2.3 EcoBoost, which, yeah.
My coworker has one of the Ford Raptors with the EcoBoost in it.
I mean, those, because I think that's the 2.7 EcoBoost, which...
No idea.
I don't know much about them,
to
be honest. I know that, like, they make a bunch of power because it's nothing but boost, but that's it.
I don't know a lot about modern engine combinations and things like that. It's just not something that I delved into because it's not vehicles that I've owned. It's not things that I dabbled with, so I didn't bother to put forth the effort to learn.
That's fair. But yeah, so anyways, going back to what this girl was saying, because, like, a mechanic told her that the rear main seal was the problem, and they quote-unquote fixed that rear main seal, but it's still leaking. And I bet you anything, the oil is coming from that timing chain cover in the back. I bet you anything.
Chieftain asks, I don't know if he's asking me or you. He says, do you only really work on older Fords? I don't work on older Fords. I mean, I will work on anything older. I mainly deal with GM stuff, but it really doesn't matter what it is. If I have it, I'm going to learn how to work on it. Just the way I am. I can't dabble with something I don't have the ability to play with. No, yeah. I have GMs. I have a 79 TA Trans Am, and I have a 77 Nova. The newest vehicle I have technically is a Kia, but I have an 01 Ram 1500 as well. it's more Jesse and Kat that are the Ford crew. I'll dig on different makes, but at the end of the day, I'm a car guy. I don't really care what it is. If it's got an engine in it and it makes vroom vrooms, I'm happy. Wow, Jesse. Roasting me on my own podcast. I see how this is.
I mean, who else are we gonna roast?
No.
But like, yeah, because I work on old Fords, mostly exclusive, but it depends on what else I'm doing too. Because like I have my '81 Mustang, I have the '86 Mustang, I also have the '81 Ford E350 that I'm trying to sell. But you know,
Your dad's got the Dodge.
my dad has a Dodge, which that thing, oh god, it needs so much work. But it's just one of these things where I don't like working on new cars. I just don't.
No, not as fun. It's more of a headache than it is fun.
Yeah. Well, also,
You're like your freaking timing chain in the back of the fucking engine bullshit.
Yeah, like
Cadillac with their starter in the middle of the freaking engine for some stupid reason.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Really?
Or Ford with their, what the hell was it? Their front wheel drive V6 or V8s where the back spark plugs were underneath of the intake plenum.
Oh no. I'm not sure which one that was.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was. I think it was. Was it their V6? But they had the intake plenum where it kind of flopped over like Free Willy's tail. It came up and then it went towards the back, towards the firewall, and all of the spark plugs. You had to take off that part of the intake to get to the spark plugs on that side of the engine.
I'm trying to think of front wheel drive that was like that, because like the only one that's popping into my head is 5-liter truck, but no, that's not what that is, because obviously not front wheel drive.
I'm sure they probably had that same engine in rear wheel drive vehicles, but obviously the one that it would be a pain in the ass in is the one that where the spark plugs are on the firewall side of the. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like a Taurus, where the spark plugs are on the firewall side of the engine, and the intake literally is right over top of where you need to be.
I mean, to be fair, that's majority of transverse engines, though, that are a V. Because bear in mind...
But most of them, the intake is kind of just in the center. This one, the Ford, literally hangs over top of the backside valve cover all the way up against the firewall. So to get to any of those spark plugs, you have to take the top half of the manifold off. So that way you can reach behind the engine to get to them.
Yeah, see, and that's probably, like Jesse said, maybe a Fusion. It's probably the Fusion, because I never heard of...
I don't think the Fusion was out then.
Well, the Taurus didn't really have much of the BS attached to it. Like, now, it's possible that there was, like, say, that late iteration of the Taurus before they didn't know what they wanted to do with the Taurus, and they made it an SUV for a couple years, too. That was weird. So, and by the way, the Mach-E is not Ford's first attempt at ruining a car name. Because they did it with the Taurus. They made a Taurus X. They got rid of it.
Oh, I never put the D in. I'm looking for 90s Ford engines, and I'm finding VTEX. I'm like, that is not a Ford.
I mean... You know what? VTECs are getting very popular of swaps. Like, people are... And it's so weird, because, like, people hate on LS motors and everything, which I understand why. Like, I'm not a big fan of LSs, but I understand why people like them. And I won't hate on you for putting an LS in your car. But now, the popular swap is becoming to put a Honda K20 in your car. Which is weird, but it's a very strong engine. They're a little 4-cylinder. You can turbo them and make like about 500 horsepower out of them.
I like how I also looked up front wheel drive Ford engine, and I'm getting rear wheel drive pictures. Way to go, Google. Well, it wouldn't be the SHO.
Yeah, see, and the K20 engine, I've heard many good things about it, to be honest.
I'm
Like,
pretty sure it was a V6.
I haven't screwed with engines that way, like, or engines that new per se. I mostly work on carburetors, but just because I don't fully understand EFI, like I know
Would
how
it
it
be the
works as a base.
Vulcan engine that I'm thinking of? The
The
3.0? Doesn't look like it's got the right intake on them though that I remember. Because it was a big boxy
well, see, okay, so
aluminum piece, like a two-piece aluminum.
now, okay, that's interesting that you can mess with injection, but you don't know carbs at all. Because like carburetors for me, very simple. Although my carburetor's stupid, as we found out, because to set
Did
the
you ever
fine
look up
settings
any
on
of
the
that stuff that I told you to look up?
yeah,
Or
I
did you
mean
just give up on it?
to be honest, doing anything didn't change a thing. So, like I'm gonna look into because they're technically, like I can spray around it, around the carb, and it doesn't change anything.
So it's not a vacuum leak. At least it's not a
No,
vacuum leak there.
no, and I mean I haven't found vacuum leaks anywhere else because there's not many places for a vacuum leak to be. Um, because now there is the main vacuum line itself that goes to the brake booster. It's possible that that might be leaking somewhere. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is,
just
it's frustrating because I'm not there. So the stuff that I would go look for, obviously I can't, and especially if you're not right at your car, you can't either. I hate playing, remote desktop freaking mechanic. It gets annoying sometimes, but it could just be the fact that you have too big of a carb on that car.
which is funny because it's not.
Right. I don't know. I mean, you're going from a single barrel to a two barrel. You're pulling in a lot. You have the ability to pull a lot more air into that engine than you did before.
Yeah. Well, people like all the time with these run 500 CFM two barrels all the time. Granted, they will be machining out the intake to do so instead of doing what I have with the adapter. And it might just be the Venturi effect of going from two barrels to one that's causing my issues. It's possible. And to be honest, it's not the end of the world for me because the car still runs phenomenally. I just can't get the idle down. And it has a very snappy throttle.
I'm still saying you haven't found the idle mixture screw. You have found the idle stop screw, and what that linkage that you were supposed to actually measure and then adjust instead of just playing with, that is basically setting where the needle valve is for the idle. So where it starts and where it stops. In other words, then when you make it shorter, when you go to turn the throttle, it's going to it's obviously going to engage it sooner, and it could also already be leaving the throttle partway open. When you make it longer, well, at that point, then you are having it take longer to engage that needle, and could also, if it was too short before, and it could be the reason why your idle was never coming all the way down was because that it was constantly pushing that needle slightly in, and that's why that measurement is important, because there's a reason why they have it set to that specific distance, when throttle was all the way closed.
Because when I first put this together,
Yes, it's a Motorcraft, I think, right?
Yeah, it's a Motorcraft 2100. It's an early 2100 though. So basically, the main difference between an early and a late one, Holly
Jesse
Jets
would
versus
actually,
Motorcraft Jets.
to be honest, no, Jesse would know more about this, I'm pretty sure, than obviously than I would. Jesse says the mixture screws on the front of them.
Yeah, so actually, come to think of it, I'd have to look at the carburetor again because there might be two screws that are
It should be down low,
lower.
low on the front of the carb.
And that's what I'm thinking. Well, because and also because it screws me up a little bit when people talk like front of the carb. I'm like, but mine's actually sideways mounted.
You got to
right?
look about what would be considered the front and the side of the carb. The side is normally where the linkage is, and the front is normally across both of the barrels.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's one of those things that like I and eventually like I'm going to I have a 500 CFM Holly that I'm gonna put on this engine anyways. Basically, once I have the money from working on Braden's car, gonna get a rebuild kit for that carburetor and throw it on my car. To be honest, I'm not keeping that Holly for too much, or that Motorcraft for too much longer. It's a good carburetor. I have no gripes with it. Like, it's just the idle not coming down. But again, that's not the end of the world for me. Just because that thing very snappy on the throttle, and it's nice in winter when the idle's a little higher, only because it warms up a lot faster. And
well, I mean that's why you have that step on your throttle. That step is supposed to hold the throttle open.
No, Jesse, 500 2-barrel, not 4-barrel. So let me say that because
there should be a step notch on your cam for your throttle. And what happens, the whole point of that is when it's cold out, you go up and start the car, you bop the throttle so that way it catches that spot while the choke is still on, because that's how it sets it. The choke will keep it pushed down to that tab, and then once the engine warms up and the car and the choke comes off, when you burp the throttle again, it won't catch that tab anymore, and then your RPMs will drop.
Yeah, see, now on the Fords, because I don't believe it actually has that.
I found a picture of it when I was looking for your stuff.
Okay, well, because I mean, when I've messed with carburetors that are on Fords, to be honest, a lot of them just have a little coil that's inside the carburetor that when it warms up, that's your
choke.
Yeah, well, no, okay, of course, the choke, but there's another mechanism within that, too. Like, for example, the aftermarket Holly carb that I have on my convertible, it has on the outside of the carburetor that you can set this. It's a pain in the ass to set because it's the cold idle thing, and basically, it revs it up, and then you can set that. I don't believe this has a proper thing that you can set that. It's just set from factory.
I liked at least the one on my Nova, and I think the one on the Outerbach has it too. They have multiple steps. So
yeah, well, okay. I have an electric choke, so that's why. And electric chokes have that. Mechanical chokes don't. And the thing is, with Harvey mentioning that, I only have to pump it a bunch. If it's cold outside, I haven't plugged the car in. If it's plugged in, it'll start up first or second try.
Yeah, the only time I ever had to deal with that is if the bowl in the car emptied. Normally, it's just I pump it twice, and then it'll catch on that thing. I fire it right up, and it's fine. Never had a real issue where it had trouble cranking over on startup, unless it didn't have fuel.
Well, that's when it's minus 20 Celsius outside and it's not plugged in, right? That's freaking cold for a carbureted car, Because when it was minus 14, no big deal. I had to try. It was twice, and then fired up.
Yes, almost every carb vehicle would have a choke on it. You just may not see them anymore because a lot of them are electric chokes, and it's not like it's a lever you have to pull or anything like that. You just it'll start out closed, and as the car is on, the electric current flowing to the choke will eventually cause the coil to expand, and then will open the choke. It's not something that you have to do as a driver to do anything. What we are talking about is an actual high idle step on the throttle cam for your linkage. And all that does is just mechanically holds open the throttle. Though they also did away with that at some point. because my Nova also had the ability to have an electric step, where it was an electric actuator that pushed the throttle open, and would kick.
Yeah.
And a lot of AC cars had that.
Yeah.
Where the AC, it would have an AC linkage that would bump the throttle open.
And hey, and no worries, Chief. Like, if you ever have any questions about cars, you're more than welcome to ask it in the chat.
Nobody here will beat you down for not knowing something or not understanding something. Nobody here knew everything at some point in their life. So, and we're all, I'm pretty sure every one of us here is still freaking learning something.
Oh yeah, like, because as NOVAtazz knows, and most of the people in chat know, that know me, I have a ton of automotive knowledge, just on random stuff.
Yeah, not necessarily of automotive mechanical know-how, but you have a lot of mechanical. You have a lot of automotive. What is the word I'm looking for? Kind of like Jeopardy style knowledge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like, I can tell you.
If there was
like,
an automotive
example,
Jeopardy, you'd fucking cream it.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it's just
random facts.
Yeah. Just like if you're looking for an old Mopar, like the color code you want to find is TX9 because that's black. Those are the most valuable ones and the rarest.
It's funny because everybody thinks that like the Trans Ams had a special black for their Galaxy Black or whatever that they painted the Trans Ams. And if you actually mix up the paint, it is the exact same paint code that Ford used, that GM used, that Mopar used, all for their basic black. There's no sparkle in it. There's no nothing. It is just plain Jane, basic gloss black. Just had a fancy name.
That doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
A lot of them did that. Like Torch Red. Torch Red is, I'm pretty sure, is the same color as a certain Mopar color, I think. That went by a different name.
Yeah, well, like, because there's a green from Ford that's almost identical. It might be like a shade off to Sassy Grass Green or Green Go, depending on if it's a Dodge or a Plymouth. Because I don't know why Dodge and Plymouth named their colors different.
I mean,
but so
the thing
did
is, this
Chevrolet
a shade off is a different color.
Yeah.
Because you go by, like, if you've ever seen them mix paint up, and the fact that they, the way that they mix the hues and all that stuff up, it is a certain weight of this pigment, a certain weight of that pigment, and even if it's one, tenth of an ounce of a different type of paint, or a different amount of paint, it is a totally different color.
Yeah, well, that's true. But, like, it's, like, I'm not sure if they're, like, identical or if they're just slightly off from each other, because I can't remember. But there's a Ford color that's that really bright, because, like, or, like, Sublime, like, the old Mopars that were green back in the
almost
late 60s, early 70s. Yeah, like, that green, Ford had a similar color to that. I don't know if GM did, because I've never seen, like, a
Mopar
green
was the biggest
GM.
with having the freaking giant variety of colors, though.
Well, yeah, it was the high-impact colors. That's what they called them. AMC did something similar as well. They had, I'm trying to remember what they called theirs, but basically they did the same thing. Like, they had pink, they had orange, which they call Big Bad Orange, and their green was Big Bad Green and Big Bad Blue, That's what they call their colors, which is funny.
Yeah. Green is bad luck. No, I want an early 70s Firebird in Brentwood. Is it Brentwood green? Is that the right color?
I don't know, is it?
They had like 73, 74 formulas came in this dark green, and it was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, see, I don't know the official name for that.
Brentwood is brown. What the hell was it? What the hell was the green color?
Now, I don't know if
Hunter
they changed
green.
because like Hunter Green was the GTPs later. I know that, but like the 90s Grand Prix that you always saw in that green, that's Hunter Green.
But it was an emerald green.
Like,
emerald green, I think GM used. In fact, Cletus McFarland just picked up an emerald green Tahoe. It wasn't Forest Green. It was some weird name. Pontiac didn't use normal names.
Yeah,
Like
see,
it's a
and now, and it was
Brentwood brown.
probably...
Who would think Brentwood be a brown color?
Well, see, and it's probably, like, the same color as whatever the Chevy would have used. They just called it different.
Take the floor for a hot minute, Cat.
Okay. But and that's like the one thing that's interesting between subsects of brands. So like, you know, for example, like General Motors, you know, you had General Motors and everything under that: Cadillac, Buick, Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile. They all had the same sort of colors on their cars for the most part. There were some variances, but for the most part, they had the same colors that were available on their cars. But they were called different colors. So like, you could look at one of the best ones for that is so Hugger Orange, as we know, like on Chevrolets, that's what it was called. But what was it called on the Pontiacs? Because they called it something red, but it's still that same Hugger Orange. It's hilarious. Trying to think of the name. What was it called on Pontiac? Let me just double check. Hugger Orange. Pontiac. What was it called? Carousel Red, that's what they called it. There we go. I couldn't think of the name. But yeah, so basically, Carousel Red is identical to Hugger Orange, even though they call it red, which is funny. But it's not red. And the one thing is, like, with paints, and there's a lot of part changeover of, like, the exact same parts as well that was mentioned earlier. Because, like, all of the big three in the 90s actually all used the, what they called the new venture transmissions, which it was an Verdoro green. Let me look that up, because if I know it's like a deep green, I know it when I see it. Verdoro green. That might be it. Yeah, I think that's the one he's thinking of. That's a Pontiac color. Which is interesting, because I'm seeing that it's potentially that BMW took over that name, because they have a green that's, you know, a lot more metallic. But yeah, I mean, he'd confirm that, which that's probably, see, now, and that's not the green that I'm like a huge fan of. I like the it has a different shade to it that's a little darker, but you know, it's still a good color. It's just not my green, per se. But I mean, I guess that was a metallic, which I guess, yeah, they were metallic.
All right.
So, was it called Verdoro green?
The Pontiac color.
Yeah, because I looked it up, and I mean, like, that's not the color I was thinking of. Because I thought there was another green for Pontiac. Okay, there we go. Because now, I guess it depends on year too. There's that.
Well, yeah, because they're almost the same color with a different name, depending on the year.
Yeah, because then there's also Midnight Green, because that was the green I was thinking. That was Midnight. It's a very dark green. It's almost black with just green flake in it. Almost.
Give me a second. Brewster green. That's the one that I'm thinking of.
Okay, yeah. So they
Brewster green with a tan interior. I can send this to you, but I can't send it to anyone else, obviously. Where do you want it? Facebook?
You can... Yeah, you can send it to me on Facebook.
Oh, geez. Chris has a good night ahead of him.
I could potentially open up Facebook here. I'm on my profile, right? Yes, I am. Because I could actually open it. I could do a screen share thing. You'll just have to.
I'd have to play with it.
Yeah.
I just love this color, with it, especially with the can interior with the formula scoops on it.
Okay, yeah, that was the color I was thinking of. So.
Yeah, it's called Brewster Green.
Yeah, it's not really metallic-y, just looks a little more
green.
gloss.
It's just green.
Yeah, just a gloss green, and it looks good. You know, because if I open this back up.
I mean, if you just look up Brewster Green, you'll get. Yeah,
see, there you go. For the people on screen, this is what he's talking about. This green right here.
You can't see it yet. I have to.
Well, meh.
I'll have to make that seeable. There we go. Now we can see it.
Yeah, so that's the one right there, right? And it's a really nice looking color, to be honest. I really do like that. You know, and because like I like a dark green, like especially on Pontiacs. I do like the later like hunter green from like the Grand Prix in the 90s and stuff like that a lot. I really love that color. Like my mom had a GTP that was that color too. That GTP was great, except for she kept going through. She blew up a supercharger on that thing.
Wow, well, it wasn't that hard to do on those. If you watch Diablo Formula Racing, he has a GTP that had a similar issue to that too.
Well, it's interesting because like the weak point on those is the transmissions actually, because they tend to they were at
Pilot. I have the trim rings for those wheels.
Like, and because those were the Pontiac Rally wheels.
I have those. That's what's on my TA now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, like I love that style. Like I've seen them around.
Yeah. Let me send you a picture of my. Let me stop screen sharing for a hot minute so I can put you back.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Stop sharing.
Of course, now you're super freaking small. There we go. All right. Let me send you just a normal picture of my car. Do I have a normal picture of my car? I mean, I do, but it's easier to send that on my phone. Not that, like, half the people here don't already know what my car looks like.
I mean, Chieftain might not, because, like,
Well, yeah, he's new. I think he's new.
Well, yeah, I mean, who knows? He may have watched your content before, but just never commented or anything. Or maybe he's from my side, which I don't think so.
Did you share it live today?
So. I did, yeah.
Did you share it on your channel?
Yes, I did. I not only shared it on my channel, but I also put out a YouTube short too.
Cool. You didn't tag me in it like you normally do, because I normally get notifications when you tag me in that stuff.
Oh, I did tag you.
It didn't notify me that you tagged me.
Oh, okay. He says he's actually from my channel. Okay, I don't and I apologize. I don't recognize you. Oh, okay. Now I know who he is. Okay, cool. Okay, open that. There we go. Okay, now go back to the screen share. Screen share.
Hold on.
Start sharing. Well, I have to put it up on my end, then you have to do it, right? Oh. Get up and go. We're good. No, we're good. We're
good. Yeah, that's my two babies. I'm trying to zoom in to where.
Yeah, they're pretty. You know, the Trans Am's obviously the prettier one, but.
Well, you had to have seen the Nova back when it was all one color and
not a parts car. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's
which car. I have Facebook, me, photos, albums.
Yeah, I can, actually, I can just do it this way. Thinking about that now. Oh, I was just pulling up the live chat to see, or just pulling it up on my phone to see the live chat. I mean, okay, well, that's a given there, Jesse, because the Trans Am was the kind of performance cool car, while the Nova was just transportation.
But my Nova looked better at one point.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it looked pretty decent back then. Like, it has, obviously, like, rattle can paint job, so you can see the orange peel and stuff like that, but it looks cool, right? You know,
that was before I blacked out the grill too.
Yeah, which honestly I like it like that versus a blacked out grill. To be honest, it's just one of those things.
Let's see if I have a picture of it with the grill blacked out. This is, yeah. I did it just right after that.
Yeah, we'll see. And like my car looks so much better with the grill blacked out. I mean, I have a little more done to it than that, but oh god, that's one of my favorite things we've done with the car. There we go. Open that up.
So yeah, this is after I blacked out the grill.
Yeah, I mean, it actually looks pretty good. I mean, because what I would have done there, because if you see, yeah, so I would have left the sort of border, like the inside here.
It was the whole reason I blacked out the grill is because the chrome was coming off of the grill.
Oh, that's fair enough.
It's a plastic grill, and it had that plastic, like, you know, that chrome it looked way better being all blacked out. I did originally try to just black out those little squares and leave the outer part of it chrome, but it didn't come out right, so I ended up blacking out the whole thing.
Yeah, that's fair. Because it's just like, and the only reason why I say that is because it matches your headlight buckets too, right?
Well, the headlight buckets weren't, I blacked them out too. They were gray inside originally.
Yeah, see, and it looks much better like that, to be honest. You know, with the black in there. Because, yeah, having it with gray in there, no, it just doesn't look great. And you can even see your hood was misaligned, too. Just ever so slightly.
Here you go. This is as far back as I can go. Actually, no, I can go back one further. This was the for sale picture. This is the... No, I don't want to... Share... Messenger. So the one picture was taken in the grainy picture was taken in 2007, the top one. That was 2007 at Maple Grove, PA for the taping of Pink's All Out. I don't know if you can zoom in any better.
That's as best as I can do right there.
It's a really small picture anyway.
Yeah, it is, but I got it.
Because that was taken on a flip phone. That's how old that picture is.
That's fair.
It was before smartphones. But yeah, that was at Maple Grove, out in the grass parking lot for the taping of Pink's All Out. This picture here was the picture that was in the sale ad that I responded to. Would never tell that there was about 2 to 3 inches of Bondo behind that driver's side door on that quarter.
Yeah, you couldn't tell in my car either of that. And, like, when I bought my car. Because it was the same thing.
But yeah, that's what my car looked like when I bought it. But
That's
you can
cool.
see the fact that it's got the, well, maybe not in the resolution that you can see it in, but in the shot in the field, you can see that it's still got the gray headlight buckets.
Yeah, oh, you could see that. Yeah, it was just it was hard to tell. But, it's really cool. Like, and seeing it kind of looking original like that in the gold is very interesting.
Hey!
Huh?
Welcome back.
Oh, I think my chat froze on my phone.
Yeah.
That's why.
Wicked Fabs is local to me. He has another Dodge. He has actually a really nice second-gen Dodge that he's been spending years making show quality.
There you go. I just stopped screen sharing, so just to let you know.
Oh, okay. I need to change that then. Hide that, and your main cam is back. Just small again.
Yeah, I have seen some of his stuff around. Like that's cool that he's here. Welcome.
Yeah, he was back when I first started doing the lives again after doing that live with a fellow YouTuber. Me and him met through that fellow YouTuber, the one that we don't mention anymore.
He who shall not be named.
Yes, because it just causes drama. Oh, but yeah, I've met up with him a couple times in person. I still have yet to see his truck being done in person. Especially since my truck is back on the road now. I mean, that'd be pretty cool to do. Just haven't had the ability to yet. He lives up by where I used to work. So about an hour north of here. Hour and 10 minutes north of here. Should do a Dodge. What would a Dodge off be? I'm curious what a Dodge off is.
See, I could join that with my Dakota. My Dakota's not that cool though. It's a quad cab V8 automatic 4x4. It's not that cool.
His I do believe is, I'm not sure if it's a 1500. His was gray when I met him. It's purple now. It's really cool looking. Look up Wicked Fabs on Instagram. You'll see it.
I might follow him on Instagram, actually. Maybe.
Yeah, he does have a 1500. All right, so mine and his truck are pretty similar. I have the off-road edition. I don't think he does. But he's done way more frame-off restoration. I mean, he pulled the whole truck apart. All the wiring, the frame, the bodywork, the bed, the interior. He has gone through. I don't think there's a spot on that truck he has not touched.
Ooh, that is a beautiful truck. I thought I was following it, but was not.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely gorgeous.
I love it. I mean, now, okay, it's not to my taste. I love roll bars. I'm just not a fan of the triple roll bar.
That's an older thing.
It is an older thing, but I didn't even like it when it was done back in the day.
I like the
Lund. But other than that,
the Lund like swoop back that comes off the cab. Think 90s Bigfoot. That they used that same Lund like swoop back. It came off the rear windows and kind of came down and swooped back and flowed into the bed, and then it had a spot that went across the top of both of them that you could put your lights on up there, and then they had a visor that stuck over top of the windshield, and you had like some small truck lights in that as well. But trying to find one of those anymore is absolutely ridiculous. But that is like my favorite look for the Dodges is those Lund. I don't know what they even called them. It's like an aero kit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, to be honest, and like I mentioned though, I'm never gonna criticize somebody's vehicle at all for what they do. And it's just, like I said, just a different taste. Like, I would just have it, I love the roll bar, I would just love if it was just one bar versus a 3. But again, that's personal taste. I love that purple, and I love that you painted the roll bar purple. That's fantastic, you know? Like, because most people just keep that, you know, shiny chrome, right? But no, not for that term. I love it. You call it blurple. I love it. And, yeah, so technically Pilot, so the balloon that was shot down, that was in Alaska. So it wasn't Canada.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of that is just a bunch of... whenever I see that kind of stuff, it's what do they not want us to see somewhere else? What do they want us to focus on this balloon for that they're hiding somewhere else?
Yeah.
Generally, how shit like that goes. It's the distraction. What's the actual issue that we should be paying attention to that they don't want us to?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure that... I don't even know about that. I don't pay much attention to news.
Shoosh. $480 they want for it.
That's not bad, actually.
No, it's not, but...
Oh, somebody commented. Oh, wait. Why would you comment? Brian, get in the live, you...
Brian who?
My buddy, Brian Peterson.
Yeah. Yeah, I just sent you. I sent you the eBay link. I don't know if you're gonna be able to pull it up.
I could on my. Yeah, I can. I just need to.
You don't have to pull it up onto the live. Just so you know what I'm talking about. But I don't think you already know what I'm talking about.
Oh, the fiberglass ones. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking you were talking metal. I'm like, what?
No, those things. Absolutely. And then they have the front like sun visor thing that goes that juts off the front of the cab too. I just think it gives the truck such a, I don't know, an attitude.
I will say on those trucks they don't look bad, to be honest.
No, I wouldn't want to see one of those on a newer truck. The body lines aren't right.
Yeah, well, even on an older truck, it just doesn't match either.
Well,
it's just,
the square Fords from the early 90s, it still looks good on those, because that's what the Bigfoot was. And he ran that on most of the Bigfoots. That swoop back, whatever fiberglass extension.
Yeah, because it's... And the reason why I was saying Brian's because butting here, because... The one thing is, he commented on my short video that I put out to say, hey, join me on NOVAtazz's channel tonight. Right?
Yeah.
And he comments on the video saying, hi, cat. No, not there. Comment here.
Yeah, come pop in here. And that's the whole point, is get this conversation going, get it popping, get us chit-chatting. I know why Brad's not here. Brad's got a whole crew full, so... It would be more distraction than anything. Chris and Miss Formy are having a date night, so that's why they're not here. It's Mrs. He's having a date night for Mrs. Formy's birthday. Pretty sure it's birthday. Because I spoke with him earlier because we were talking about whiskeys and bourbons and scotches. Which, if you look at the group chat, he posted. Let's see. He's got the bourbon cream, which I have. Right here. He's got some of this. Let's see what else he's got. He's got my Killigan's Irish Red. He's got Poplar 12 Irish Whiskey. He's got Deep Eddy Cranberry. I don't know what that is. It's from Texas. And he's got the Whistler Irish Honey Whiskey. So... And it looks like they're already a couple into the Killigan's Irish Red.
Nice. And see now, and Jesse, like, for me, so OBS, I don't even attribute to Ford. That's always been a Chevy thing for me.
What?
But...
What are we talking about?
Well, saying the OBS truck.
It's supposed to be original body style, but the thing is I still don't get it, because OBS, they normally, that's like the second-gen Chevys that they are like after the square bodies, whereas OBS should be before the square bodies because that would have been your 40s and 50s trucks.
Well, see, no. So I think the original term for OBS was original body style, but that's changed to old body style.
Which still doesn't make any sense.
No, it really doesn't. Like, they have their own nicknames for them, and those happen to be...
For me, that's a new-gen Chevy. Not new, but it's, like, for me, like, the current gen would have been those. The square bodies would have been old.
I haven't seen you in forever. Hey, old school, how's it going? So he is a guy, he's from Toronto, and he does, he has a couple of old Hondas, actually.
Yeah. Is it RC? Is that RC Cola? Is that what I'm seeing? Or is that RC something different in his logo?
It might be RC Cola, actually.
If none of you guys are subscribed to this channel, please do, because I'd love to see my animation play. Plus, you get fat points for subscribing during the live stream.
Yeah, and see, and one thing is with him, like his channel, like because he doesn't have a YouTube channel, he doesn't upload very often, but like he goes on bargain hunts and he buys old records and stuff like that.
Cool.
Honestly, so it's kind of cool, you know. And he just shows off, and then he'll find cars every now and then to film as well. You know, it's kind of neat. Again,
I think Old School does, but I don't know if the other guy that was in here has subscribed to the channel.
Oh, probably not, because Chieftain.
Is he still in here?
I think he is. Like yeah, because he actually like Chieftain. I know him from when I was still playing World of Tanks. I haven't played World of Tanks in a long time, but
I'm more of a War Thunder guy.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, and he buys and sells and stuff. Yeah, and you know, like, and because we used to talk fairly often. Like he was trying to help.
Ton of old records.
Like, and he was trying to help me out for a while. Like, if I was trying to find parts for when I had the Civic, he was helping out with that a little bit. But nice.
I have yet to find anybody out here in the middle of bumfuck nowhere that does decent massages, other than your typical, therapy massage, like physical therapy style massage. Trying to find anybody out here that does just an actual, just a regular, not medical, relaxing massage. Forget it. It's a pain in the ass to find anything like that out here. Oh, I am so excited, Kat. My S23 is going to be here on Tuesday.
Sweet.
200 megapixel with the freaking extra stabilization from the S22 had decent camera shake stabilization. The S23, I have seen video taken of somebody holding both phones. You can't even see that the person's walking. It's freaking awesome. I cannot wait. Here's Brian. Brian has showed up. You have been the topic of the live stream for the last 5 minutes since you commented on her short.
Yeah. Because I'm I don't know, I don't get why you commented to say hi there. It's I'm here. That's the whole point of that video.
Right. Kat is here almost every Saturday, so you should subscribe to the channel right now while you're in the live, and come join us every weekend, every Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Which I don't know where he's from. I don't know if he's from around where you're at or not, but winters are definitely too long. I do agree.
Sure.
And especially when there's not a freaking significant amount of snow to at least play in. It's just been wet, cold, and icy, and I don't like wet, cold, and icy. If it's going to be cold, I want snow.
Well, see, here it's been beautiful for the past week.
I know. I saw you out there in t-shirt. What the hell? I'm a wallflower on your channel, and I'm looking. What you guys don't understand is I got. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I have 4 images of Kat on my screen, and I don't know which one to look at. I got Kat over here. I got a cat over here. I got a cat up here and a cat down there. I have literally 4 images of cat. Hold on. Let me pull you guys down here, because I think this is absolutely hilarious. So this is what I see. I have 2 monitors. So there's a cat here. There's a little cat here. There's a little cat up there, and there's a cat down here. So literally, I don't know which one to look at when I'm talking to. And I keep forgetting that the camera is up here because I literally forget the camera's up here.
Yeah, and I mean, so yeah, like
Oh, that's not.
because the one thing is, when I posted that video of me out in a t-shirt, the funniest thing about that, I'm out there in a t-shirt, and yet there was a foot of snow on the ground.
I know, I noticed the snow in the background, but just because there's snow outside doesn't mean that it's not warm.
Well, and because the thing is, like, what we have here, and you should experience these as well. They just might call it something different.
So he's out in Oregon. So what
Yeah.
is Oregon close to your time zone?
No, he's 1 hour before me.
So
like,
it's what right now?
For him it'd be 8.
So for him it's 8 o'clock now, or he starts at 8.
No, 8 o'clock right now. So it'd start at 6.
Okay,
Correct.
so 6 p.m. your time. We start a live stream. So it's 9 p.m. at my time. At the time when we start these live streams, it's still nice and sunny outside for Kat. Meanwhile, it's completely pitch black already here for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we started, it wasn't quite pitch black, but it was close.
Yeah.
It was getting there.
So what time is it now? Is it 11 something here? It's 11:04. You know what, you guys? Nobody has had me do in forever. The on the hour points giveaways. Because you guys have to remind me for those, as I never see what time it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I always forget. And now, so actually, something with Brian. He's currently working on, I think it's a 68. I want to say Beetle.
68 Beetle. Is he still
yeah,
keeping it air cooled?
Yep.
Cool.
Oh yeah. So the thing is, it needed a new roof, so he's actually gonna weld in a new roof skin.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't some of them have like a. I guess that would have been an aftermarket thing, like a cloth rooftop.
Well, okay. There was a convertible, but that was on the Super Beetle.
Not a drop top. Just like it would just be the center section of the roof that slid back. That was cloth.
You'd have to ask him because I don't know. Okay,
I think
his
it was an
56.
aftermarket thing.
And it might be because like, I know Fiat 500s had those, but I don't know if Beetles did. I don't follow Bring a Trailer daily. I just see some of their stuff every now and then.
I don't know of that channel. What do they do? Cloth inserts for factory. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and like, he's talking about the sliding cloth top.
Yeah, the sliding cloth where it slides back. Yeah, those are
Yeah,
nice looking.
Now, like, also something else that Brian has, which this one might be a little bit up your alley potentially. Like, even though okay,
Wait, are you talking to me or talking to somebody in chat?
Coming to you.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry. Get my attention
he
first.
has a Datsun. I think it's a 280Z, but it's got a 327 Chevy in it.
Is it the pointy
like-
nose heads with like the sunken headlight buckets?
Yes.
Yeah, those are. I am a big fan of what is it? Wagon. I'm probably butchering the shit out of this, but Wagon Midnight, the anime. You've heard of that one? Has a blue Z in it. Supposedly kills its owners.
Oh, I haven't heard of it. Although his is actually blue as well. So.
Yeah, that is that is a car that I am. Like, I don't like a whole lot of Japanese cars. I can't say I hate them, but I don't have a lot that make my heart go boopity boopity boom. Those Z's are definitely right there.
Well,
I don't know why I like them, but they have that real long nose, and the cockpit area is further back on the chassis. I just like that style of car. It's kind of like I like the Jaguar E-Type. Same reason. I like that long nose, but I don't like the later version of the Z's. I don't know which ones those were. I'm not real. My brain is not working when I want it to. I think that's an ADHD thing. When you want to try to recall something, you can't. But when you're not trying to, you recall all kinds of shit.
Yeah, that's fair. Because actually, I'm trying to find his Z because I'll pull it up on screen. Actually, it's a really cool rig.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. It's just it's just like a lot of things. This particular styling for a general area, you can generally just not like that type of styling. And that's what it is a lot with me. I am not a fan of a lot of imports just because I don't like the way they look. It's not necessarily because of what country they're from. It's more of a styling trait than it is anything else.
Yeah, like, because I will say 240, 260, and 280 Zeds are all very similar. The 240s have the softest lines compared to, they got a little more boxy towards the end with the 280. But then...
I know that there was another Z where it's more of a wider car. Maybe shorter and wider in appearance. Maybe not necessarily actually being wider or shorter, but because of the proportions of the car, it looks like shorter and wider.
Well, and then also, by the late 70s, by like 78, I think, they came up with the 300ZX, which is a 2+2, and it just ruined the lines of the car, turning it into a 2+2 versus a two-seater. There it is.
I think that's the one I'm thinking. It's to be the second gen of those Zs, and then they came out with the Z again back in like would have been the... What the hell is it?
Here.
Oh, are you sharing screen? Yes, those ones. Oh, I love it. Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. Screen sharing. Boop.
Yeah. So this is Brian's Z here.
Yes, that one and the one next to it are definitely the style that I'm into.
Yeah, so I believe they're both 280Zs, I think. That one looks like it has an earlier bumper on it, potentially.
Okay,
but,
so he's calling them the S30 chassis.
Yes.
Which it's the chassis after that I don't like. It's the I don't know what they called them. The ZXs or something like that, maybe.
There was the 300ZX,
I think that's the thing I'm thinking of.
Which came out, I think it was 1980 or 79 or 80.
Yeah, like early 90s-ish. I've seen them. And then they finally came out with that like more modern style Z, which I like that one too. Hi, puppy.
I didn't mean the doggo. I was trying to find his other picture. Because he had one more picture that I found.
The more modern Zs I like too.
There we go. Because you can see a little bit more of the engine that way. Not quite much, but
yeah, it's nice. I like it.
And
I will have to follow Brian. If you can find my Instagram or Facebook, I mean, obviously it's pretty simple. Send me a friend request. I'll follow you back. I'm definitely interested in following that Z build.
Yeah, for the most part, like he's I say done, but you know they're never done.
Yeah.
Because like it has a T5 under it too, and like he's done a lot of work to it. Like,
and I'm one of those people that'll go back and binge watch shit. If he's got a YouTube or whatever else, even Instagram, I will scroll the hell back to the beginning of a build and follow a build all the way up through. I've done that with several channels where I will literally just binge watch one channel for weeks till I'm caught back up.
Oh, see, actually, what I can just send. Hang on, I'll do this.
You can just send it to me.
Yeah, I can send you his profile on.
That'll work.
On his thing, because like
you realize how far some people would have to go back to find the beginning of my builds. Well, the Nova was never on social media for the beginning. It was basically the end of the Nova's life by the time that I got to doing stuff on social media. I do have some older videos, like the conclusion, the credits to this one is an older video from before YouTube, and some other stuff. By the way, again, if you have not hit the like button yet, please do. If you have not subscribed, I mean, I don't know why not, but please do. Because I do have a really cool animation. If you have you have to have your subscriptions public though, otherwise Streamlabs won't pick up that you subscribed. You actually get your name down underneath. In fact, the last subscriber was Focusing on Reality. The last one that has the ability to have their subscription public. It's right underneath the cat's face. It's cool because it has the last subscriber, which is Focusing on Reality. It has what YouTube will show as my subscriber count. I think I'm actually at 2,891 or 92. Jesse was the last super chat, and Jess was the last PayPal donation.
Hey, lightsaber. Oh, that makes it so much easier now that you're gone. Thank you, Kat. Oh.
Hey, we normally do have segments where we share other people's cars.
Oh, yeah.
I also like to start doing spotlights on other people's YouTube channels that aren't. I don't like not that I have anything against bigger channels, but they don't need any more extra help. And we can mention them, but I'd like to start boosting some of the smaller channels. But I wish we had more people in here. That way it would actually be more beneficial to the people that we share. Because like currently we have 7 people in here, so I'm sharing it to 7 people.
Oh. Good night, old school.
All right, see you later. You are watching something. I mean, can it be better than this?
And like, cause it's interesting, cause like he used to comment on just about every single one of my videos, and he stopped for a while, and I guess he just got really busy, and that's my guess. And then now he started to a little bit again.
Gave Brian money. Did it? Oh, it failed.
Well, it failed because he didn't put a number behind it.
Oh.
Like, yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, cause he came over because he first saw the Civic and he was really interested in that, and then he just really liked the channel, so he just stuck around.
Well,
even after I got rid of the Civic.
Like me, if it's somebody like me, I go through phases where I will literally just watch a particular channel like crazy, and then I'll not watch it for a while, and then I'll come back and watch it again.
Oh yeah, like because the one thing is with me, because I tend to put out so much content that like it's hard for people to get bored of my channel because there's always something. Right?
It's just a matter of I just get bored in general.
Yeah, of course, but you know
like
what I mean.
Right
Like
now I'm playing a game on a computer called Ark. And so like I have a couple people that I'm watching play the game. Just because they're doing it more in a story kind of mode, playthrough. And so I'm kind of hooked on this one guy I'm watching because it's just quick, easy entertainment. I don't have to think, and it's I'm also learning as I go. But yeah, I don't know. Like Mr. Fireman 164, I've had him on here. He's popped into the chat a couple times. I literally caught up in 6 years in video in like 2.5 months. And I'm not talking like he posts every now and again. Like he posted constantly.
Hey, that's awesome. So, and if you saw the one picture of his dog there, so he has 2 little bulldogs.
Was that Theo Wide?
Yep. Yeah, and I just sent him the link to your profile as well. So you two have links to each other's Facebooks right now, and because I'm actually something that I can do for Brian there, because I can send him your Instagram too.
Because you're.
I can, yeah, but I for people's personal profiles, I'm not sharing.
Oh, I thought it was an Instagram or something.
No, it was your Facebook profile. So, then I'm just going to find you here on Instagram.
Normally, you can share. I don't mind you sharing like the NOVAtazz community or the NOVAtazz page, but yeah, personal profiles.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to do that.
Because I have public and I have personal.
Yeah, that's his, but I can also send that to you as well via Facebook. And yeah, because me and Brian tend to talk quite a bit, actually. We're pretty good friends and everything, and like there is a point because we're not terribly far from each other. Like, yeah, it's about like a 10-hour drive, give or take, between the two of us.
Me going
but
down to north to Tennessee.
Yeah, like, and so there is a possibility that we might meet each other at some point. So, and
as long as they don't close the border again.
There's that, but
that sucked. I think all that shit was blown way out of proportion, but
in the beginning,
zombie
they
apocalypse, nobody know.
Yeah, well, mind you, we didn't know.
Yeah, next thing you know, everybody's trying to eat each other's brains and.
Yeah, and like, and that's the one thing, like, because now Brian has talked about potentially wanting to do YouTube as well.
Oh well, he's not. He can't. He's not even. He can drive to Germany in less time than that. Where are you from, Chieftain? I'm guessing UK.
Yeah, and
Which
considering,
explains why he likes that green on that Pontiac, because they have a lot of cars that color over there.
Yeah, he's English, so yeah, England. Yeah, and that's the one thing. Well, also, like, so his, on Discord, like, so on here, he's Chieftain. On Discord, he's Chieftain is OP, which the Chieftain is a tank.
Yeah.
So, for anybody that doesn't know, and it's a British tank, you know. Which, I'm trying to think if it's their main battle tank.
Will the Chieftain go
not.
up against the Abrams, though?
I'm trying to remember
or
like
the Panther. Or I think the Panther is like the sister tank for the Abrams, if I think of no, is it the Panther or the what is the other? It's the Abrams equivalent for overseas.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, it was the first main battle tank, and now they have the Challenger 2. So, which the Challenger 2 is equivalency to a Leopard or.
I think that's it. I think it's one I'm thinking of is the Leopard.
Yeah, well, Germany has the Leopard 2, and Canada does as well. So we use Leopards. We don't use Abrams. And the Leopard is superior to the Abrams in almost every single way, except for the only way to penetrate an Abrams chassis is with depleted uranium. You don't need that to penetrate the Leopard.
Oh, somebody else did already.
Oh, yeah.
We're having to play moderator here, guys. Watch your wording. Not in a bad way, because I have no problem with it, but YouTube's making us second guess it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like,
you sure you want this up here? Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, exactly. Like, and that's the one thing. You know, because the Leopard is a superior design to the Abrams or the Talon.
Faster than the Abrams?
Yeah. Oh yeah, like it's better in just about every category besides what can actually penetrate its skin.
Which, you know, I mean, if I had to choose something, I want the thing that doesn't get me killed.
Yeah, because like the only way to penetrate a Abrams armor is through depleted uranium rounds.
Right. Which I do believe that is kind of the U.S.'s way of thinking of, you know, at the end of the day, the crew member is going to come home.
Yeah. Oh, like, and now, for tanks lost, like, I don't even know if they've ever lost a Leopard, to be honest. Yeah. Like, what Abrams, they have lost them. Not too many, but they have lost a few. And that's the wild thing to think about. And, like, the Abrams is a pretty old chassis, but, like, the Leopard is, too.
Early 90s.
No, Abrams goes back further than that.
Where's it does? They have lost 30 Abrams. I mean, you think about it. Yeah,
Abrams
80s. Okay. Yeah, because it was the Gulf War, wasn't it? The Gulf War was 90s.
Yeah. Gulf War was 90s, yeah. Well, designed in the 80s, I think it finally had its first main war in the Gulf War. Yeah, there you go. And Leo's Leopard 2 is 79, and the Leopard 1, I believe, is mid-60s.
Yeah.
So technically, like, that chassis dates back to the 60s, but they've modernized it a lot.
No, I mean, that's just like the freaking Warthog.
Which I still find so stupid with the A-10 Warthog that the U.S. wants to replace it, because that's just asinine. You can't.
Not unless you can design a plane that's newer that is similar to it.
Yeah, well, the one thing is...
I mean, you're not trying to replace it with something that's like the A-10, which is like... Why wouldn't you? Just modernize the A-10 and basically the A-10-2.
Well, see, you know what's funny? So because they wanted to replace it with the F-35, because the F-35 was supposed to be like, hey, look, it can be a ground support troop, it can be a fighter-to-fighter jet, and all.
But it's not really great at all of them.
No, it can do all of them, but it's mediocre at all of them. You know,
where the A-10 is just like, I mean. I don't know. You just hear that thing and it's just like gives you chills.
Yeah, and also, I do want to mention that actually Brian is ex-military.
Yeah.
And like the stories he has is pretty fun, and like so
in
he
7
actually
tours,
helps...
we never lost any that came across our wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the A-10.
Yeah, no, like Chieftain, he's talking about when he was over there and his sort of
Flying garbage
troops,
truck.
they didn't lose it. That's what he's talking about.
It is absolutely hideous looking, but at the same time, it is like the bulldog in the freaking sky. You just don't fuck with it.
Yeah, oh, I love the look of an A10 Warthog, and, like, I truly do. But, like, the one thing is...
They are ugly. As far as a plane goes, they are ugly.
I really love it, but I'm just like that, though. But, like, so, the one interesting thing is, so, do you know who actually makes the GAU 10 Avenger, which is the, that's what they call the gun on that thing? The cannon?
Okay. No.
It's General Electric. Which is hilarious to think about. So, the people that build your fridge and microwaves.
Well, the thing is that's the way a lot of
like
America works.
Oh, I know, but like, you hear about that happening back in the day. You don't hear about that happening much now, right?
As we all jump to freaking. We're actually, we got Jesse, Pilot, me, and you, and I'm seeing a lot of not moderators in the chat, which is not usual for us.
No, it's kind of nice to have.
We don't normally have to play this. Yes, it's a loud game because most of the time, most of the people chatting are moderators, and they don't have that problem.
Chieftain, the problem is a drone can't do what the A10 does. Period. A drone cannot take out tanks and infantry like the A10 does.
You ever seen the A10s freaking try to avoid the freaking automated ground fire? That's just kind of fun to watch.
Well, the one thing is it's designed, like, how the airframe is designed, because it's not designed for speed, it's designed to freaking avoid.
Yeah, it's designed for agility. Not to mention, it can take a shit ton of bullets and keep fucking flying.
Yeah.
That one chick that came home and, like, I would say probably 2/3 of that plane was completely freaking destroyed, and yet it still flew home.
Oh yeah, like, they are amazingly sturdy. Like, they're basically a tank in the sky. And now, it's the only plane in the world that has ever been designed around a gun. Because the gun came out first, and then they try to figure out, well, what are you going to put this on? Oh, I know. Let's build a plane around it.
Exactly. That's the way America's thinking. We've got this badass engine. What do we stick it in? Well, we'll just build something around it.
And then, like, the one thing is, because actually so they were going to replace it with the F-35, but basically all the ground troops and even the guys that were the airmen told the government, no, you're not allowed to replace that thing.
Oh, because you're saving our lives.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's exactly buying.
Yeah, and I mean, I've actually heard, like, in person, an A-10's gun go off. Oh,
it is a bone-chilling sound.
It is. Like, because at the Lethbridge International Air Show, they had actually a demonstration with an A-10. Of course, they were using dummy rounds, but you still hear the gun go off. It's like, oh! It was just great. Yeah, it does. Like, because it is a 30mm cannon. People seem to forget how big it is.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of opposite thrust.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's also like, it's funny that they call it a minigun, but it's not really mini.
It's a Gatling gun.
Yeah. Well, see, because actually, there's a difference between a Gatling gun and a minigun. Minigun uses batteries to fire, while Gatling gun, you crank that yourself.
It's just a mechanical. As far as I'm concerned, it's a Gatling gun. Yeah, so it has a electrical barrel spin, but.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
By the way, if any of you guys that are joining in here that don't normally come in here, this podcast is basically shoot the shit around, like if you were hanging out with your buddies in the garage, or wherever you hang out with your car buddies, and just the random shit we all end up freaking talking about. So it's not normally always strictly car stuff. It could be about anything that ends up getting brought up that we run with. So, like this time right now, we're talking about tanks and airplanes and everything else. Some other times we talk about computers. Sometimes we talk about different types of cars. All kinds of different stuff. And if you want to know about any of the games that they are playing in the chat, because I know they just did a heist. We have a bunch of cool chat games that we can play to earn points. And at the end of the year, The top couple of people that get points walk away with merch. Free merch. Which I think, Kat, you're next. As far as me contacting you with the info. What about Kat?
Wait, I'm confused. Why do you say no? And because he said that before I said what I said.
So can he just fly it here? Well, fly what here?
Read the chat.
I'm trying. Oh, the kids in the Air Force?
Yeah, which he flies A-10s.
Mm.
So it's like, can you just like land it here? Like at the Sundry Airport, and I can
They had to
Google
close
over
a
it.
golf course north of here on a native reserve because they found it had been used for bombing practice. Too much unexploded ordnance. Oof.
That doesn't shock me at all, and the fact it's on a native reserve, again, does not shock me one bit. Oh,
Nothing
God.
is sacred.
No, nothing is.
The
also,
fact that you started gambling again. Because when you gamble, you tend to take off from your points.
Oh, yeah, well, I need to.
Yes, you can gamble your points. And that is actually the biggest way to earn points in here is to gamble them.
Yeah, see,
Where are you replacing floors and a roof, and on what? Because that could be a lot of different things.
On his Beetle.
Oh, on the Beetle, okay. I wish it was warm enough for me to work. I have a whole wiring harness sitting behind me. In fact, you can see the white box. That white box that's sitting behind me, on top of the dog crate, is a complete... The white box and then the two boxes under it. They are the whole wiring harness for my car. Not only that, but a brand new Sniper EFI wiring harness that I've already taken a knife to. So the goal with that is, if you guys don't know, is to combine the Sniper Holly EFI harness with the car's chassis harness and make it look like it was supposed to be like that. And because I can't stand having stuff that isn't where I want it. The bug got rolled. Floor had rust. Oh, you didn't mean just spun it upside down? Okay, direct them to Sundre and just tell them to deliver me an A-10. Yes.
Yeah, his son is the air traffic control, so just like, hey, for the Air Force. So
I like.
hey.
You ever listen to the funny air traffic control videos on YouTube?
They've come
where they're just
chit
chit-chatting amongst each other and some of the shit that they say to each other.
Oh,
I mean, you gotta think about it. It's like any other job. You get bored.
Yeah, oh, of course. I mean, what's more boring than flying a commercial jet?
The person
like,
in
really?
the control room that doesn't get to fly the personal jet, the jet.
Well, see, they actually have a little bit of variance because they have to like tell people where to go all the time, right? Versus like if you're in a big airport as opposed to like out here, but
that sucks.
but if you're an yeah, it's just
Jesse's drilled holes in the wrong spot on his mint floor.
Oh yeah, no.
Time to get out the welder.
That Beetle isn't horrific.
No,
like, to be honest.
Jesse's Bronco. He got. Did you read the chat earlier? He got his wheelchair lift.
I did see that, which is
well,
awesome.
He went to go install it and apparently drilled holes in the wrong spot.
Rip.
Yeah. Moment of silence in the chat, please.
Well, it's like, I was gonna say that's like, so my whale tail right now is only held in by 2 studs.
Well,
It
I mean,
works.
my Nova originally was a front bench. I kept the original outside brackets and drilled holes for the inside brackets. I used the inside brackets off of the Blazer and the outside brackets from my Nova. And I have a bolt that runs all the way down through with a small washer, then with a big like 2-inch washer underneath that. Then on the underside, the same thing. 2-inch washer, small washer, nylon threaded lock nut. And then I've used gasket sealer on the inside of the 2-inch washer to seal the floor, so that way the water didn't get up through and rot out the area where the bolt went up through. Which I got to repeat that now, because I now have to do that in the new Nova chassis. So should be fun.
We'll see. And like, because something I want to do, and one of these days I'm just gonna ask Greg if he's gonna do anything with it. Because if not, I'm gonna either have it or buy it off of him. Because like he's got a factory CB radio in his Lincoln that I want to put in my Mustang so bad. I really do. Because it would just be so cool to have. And especially like if I'm doing road trips and talking to other people that are on like, you know, radios. Well, I have the cool CB, so you can screw yourself. I'm better. And the fact it says forward on it is cool.
Oh, I am having trouble understanding the end of this chat here. I don't know what para or NAN. Oh, I think NAN is what Jesse has.
I was gonna say, what is your project again? I'm trying to remember. Apologies.
Yes, please share projects. That's how we all get interested in each other's shit. I'm almost out of beer. Such a crime.
Sure, yeah.
I think actually no. I have one more cold beer, and then I have a.
Okay, he's gonna send me
cider.
pictures on Discord. So.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have one of our little breaks. Just because. Alright, we'll be right back here in a hot second. Don't go anywhere.
Sounds good. Yeah, because I will share these pictures. See if I can find them. I don't know. No, I don't have Discord on this computer, so I'll have to do it this way. Hang on. So I'm going to share.
It would have been really funny. They were talking about Discord. It would have been really funny if Streamlabs would have posted the Discord link at about the same time. Because I do have a Discord for the channel. Okay, go ahead.
Nice. Actually, I'm going to send these pictures to myself here. Because I have the power of that, because I have 2 Facebook accounts. It works out really well.
I know this. Both of them.
It's true. I never used the other one, other than for literally this. There we go. And okay, take all of those.
Yeah, do you know, Jesse? Do you know how hard? I think I still have. Look, do you know how hard it is to figure out that was you on Discord?
Send. There we go.
If you look at Jesse's Discord name, never would have thought that was Jesse. And I'm like, who the hell is this in my Discord? I don't remember who that is.
I am sharing screen.
All right. Well, you're sharing. There we go.
Okay, so.
Hold on. Give me half a second to swap things over. There we go.
You said. Okay, so this is his really cool. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to do that. Lotus Elise. Now, you can see it's had an accident.
It's had an oopsie.
Yeah, okay, stop doing that, you piece of crap. So,
oh, that's cool.
And, like...
It looks like his house is having an accident, too. Oh, no, that was the delivery of... Oh, is he making a kit car? No? Yes?
I don't think so. I mean,
I thought that was out front. I thought that's what the lift was for. I thought it was to...
No, I think... No, that's the overall chassis.
Okay.
There. With it kind of stripped a little bit. So, and it looks like there's another car in the garage there, too. But, so yeah, and the one thing is, it's interesting with these, and I know a little bit about these.
I didn't know Jesse had an RC YouTube channel.
Okay, stop doing that, you POS. There we go. So, because the one thing is, when you crash one of these, the body is all one piece, so basically it writes off the car.
Oh, yeah. It's a mono chassis.
Oh, and...
Hey, it's a cat.
Yeah, notice how low my exhaust...
I know.
You know
my...
So, that's when later that night, that muffler fell off on the highway.
It was just saying, hi... Being photobombed by your own exhaust.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to do that, but yeah. So this is the Elise, which is very cool. And he said it's a 1.8, which, if I remember correctly, did these use the Rover 1.8, or is that the Toyota? Because I know they used Toyota engines at some point, but a lot of these had Rover engines, or at least the early ones did. Which, when they got the Toyota engines, their reliability dropped.
Chieftain said something about no, it isn't. Not the Elise, at least.
Hang on, I'm going to stop sharing here. Confirm.
Hold on, let me. Let me know, and if you let me know like the second before you stop sharing, then I can just hit it, and then you can stop sharing. But yeah, okay. He said he sent you a context.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he did.
Which I guess is a clarification of things that he was talking about.
Okay, so he told me. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to wave to you there. It's just the damn thing was in the way on my phone. But anyway, so he says it's a Lotus Elise S2 K Series Last 10 Special Edition with a 1.8 inline 4 was hit frontally by a semi in Japan, and it bent the chassis.
Ooch.
So we got the last Elise chassis off the production line.
Nice.
That's cool.
Save.
Yeah, so he's gonna put a K series in it, which that's the way to go. To be honest, like those Toyota, like the Toyota drivetrains later on are fantastic, but
yeah.
K series you just make so much more power. You can, anyways.
Yeah. Jesse, you should have liked the live stream with your other account. Missed opportunity.
And yeah, if Brian's still here, yes, you need to record the work, because like, if it's and that's the one thing actually. If anybody, because I did that with one clip, from my buddy, and if anybody has not full length videos, but of clips or anything like that, and they want it up on YouTube, just send it to me. I don't mind uploading other people's content as long as you give me permission to do so.
Yeah. And that's also, that's one of the reasons I started my YouTube channel to begin with, was it was originally just me keeping track of what I was doing, and because I have the whole beginning build of Nova was never recorded, and I don't have any record of it. I mean, it went from an inline 6 to a 305 V8 to a 350. I went from a, that gold brown color all the way. I mean, it never made it to YouTube till it was already black and red. So it was like the best part of that car's years was never recorded. And so I started recording what I was doing, and that's exactly what I still do. It's basically just a diary of my video diary, I guess, of of my hobby and interests. So, yeah, I don't have multiple accounts, but yeah, I just, I record everything. I do car stuff, I do woodworking, I do the scale model stuff, which you guys haven't seen. In fact, the video of this truck is in the editing booth right now. Little Ford pickup truck. It's got an actual wood bed in it with metal rails. But I don't know if you can see, like, over here there's a whole bunch of models and stuff back here. I do scale stuff. I do woodworking, basically everything. Drawing. I mean, all the logos and stuff from my channel, drawn by me. So, I just
honestly,
share everything I do.
Honestly, you should make a YouTube channel for the
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. You'd have to, hopefully you have some stuff recorded from the very, very beginning of your build. If not, just catch people up from where you are now.
Yeah.
People love that stuff.
Oh yeah, and to be honest, and the one thing is, an Elise is weird enough where that could take off.
Yep.
Because, weird does do extremely well on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at a lot of my stuff, so the weirdest stuff I've ever
Honda
filmed,
content, which you wouldn't think like a Honda Civic, but it's because it's old enough that it's weird enough that it really blew up.
Yeah, the Civic videos did really well. But then also, people's vehicles that I have filmed. So there is the two best ones was the 81 Ford Durango, which is, a Fairmont that's turned into a Ute from the factory, which is pretty cool. And okay, I'll see if I can pull this up. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull this up in a minute here. And then also the Aussie Dodge Charger, which both of those videos are still getting views because there's almost no content on those two cars on the internet, period. And that's what I try and find too, is if I can find things to film that don't have a lot of content, that is the stuff that explodes. I have a video of just talking about my car that has over 4,000 views because I say why I'm keeping the inline six and what I'm doing for power, and I'm holding a turbo and a carburetor in my hands as a thumbnail, right, with my car. And, and again, weird stuff like that, people love it. So, a K-Series, Elise? Yeah, that'll do it.
If you are in any way into any kind of restoration work, or into any kind of bringing something back, I want to promote this guy's channel again, and you can tell him that I sent him or not. But it's Mr. Fireman 164 on YouTube and on Instagram, I do believe. He just took he had I think it's a 68 Camaro, and he was going to restore it. He found out the car was hit hard in the passenger side rear quarter. And what he has gone through to fix this car, it is the level of detail, if you paid somebody to restore your car, that you would want to see. Are we screen sharing my own live stream?
No, hang on, I got it here. I was waiting for you to stop talking. I wasn't going to interrupt.
I'm going to put the correct spelling. I don't have a link to his channel right off. Clickbait cat.
Yeah, he was talking about my thumbnail there. So, actually, have you allowed the screen share yet, or?
Yeah, I can share. Hold on, give me a second, and I will. Popped up.
So this is his Beetle here, which now not a great picture there, and I can't really zoom in on it, unfortunately. But he's got a little better one here, and you can just see how kind of rough this thing is. Yeah. To be honest.
A lot of Beetles are pretty rough. They're an old car.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? But it's got good bones to it, and it's hard to find an earlier Beetle.
That
But
hasn't been
like
completely freaking picked through.
yeah, and then there's some of the rust on the floor. And there's the back area, and you can see underneath there, the what is that? The transmission?
I would think so.
It looks like it. So really neat though, and I've always liked beetles, to be honest. I've always found them to be fascinating. And would I own one someday? Absolutely. And I could have potentially owned a really cool dune buggy, but
Did that fall through?
It did fall through, yeah. It's just a friend of mine that he just backed out of the deal. Just sad, but it is what it is. And I saw it for sale later. I'm like, but dude, because like his
You're hiding,
wife
Kat.
wanted to keep it, and then he ended up selling it, but didn't do the trade with me for my Rook.
Yeah.
Very sad.
You're hiding behind me.
Oh, hang on.
There
Yes,
you
sir.
go.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
But seeing the floor holds the car together, it is kind of an important repair. But yeah, the one that I was sent, the Mr. Fireman 160, not 165. This is 165 or 164. God damn it now.
Okay, I really want to know who this guy is, because it's really annoying.
Oh, the foot guy?
Yeah, well, the guy that tells me to do burnouts and whatever else, because in that video, and a lot of the time in my videos, I stick my tongue out, even at the end.
164. I had the wrong. Here's his Instagram.
But, anyways, he literally just commented on my video to say, come over here, because I'll be live. He literally just put, don't ever stick your tongue out like that again.
Matt
like,
Armstrong. Who's Matt Armstrong?
I don't get it.
I know a lot of different channels, but I don't know all of them.
Yeah, because like something that I want to do, and I keep finding really good deals on cheap
Don't play music. Okay, good.
motorcycles. And it just drives me nuts. I'm like, oh man, I wish I had money right now, because I do want to get into bikes. I've always liked them, and especially vintage sport bikes. Oh, just love them. But one of these days maybe. So Matt Armstrong, he's doing 911 992 GT3.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, those are badass rig. And I mean, I could be on a Harley, don't get me wrong, but to me, I'd probably be more on the Japanese.
Is his channel
bikes.
called Matt Armstrong? What's his channel's name?
Let me just look him up here.
You can't link it. You'd have to send the link to somebody else, one of the moderators, so we could post it, because it won't let you.
Hang on. Oh yeah, he's got a big channel actually. Over 1 million subscribers.
Oof. I tend to stop. I hate to say it, I tend to stop following bigger YouTubers though. A lot of them tend to end up getting away from their roots once they get too big.
Some of them do, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I like, for example, Tyler Hoover of Hoovy's Garage. Like,
Never really got into his channel. Not because he's good or bad. I just never really.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, because like the one thing is, in the beginning, he was buying the absolute worst pieces of crap. He was. Now.
Probably because it's what he could afford.
Well, actually, he could afford better than that, to be honest. But it made better YouTube content. But like, although he did say like he's not
send me that link
off...
to my Facebook or email or something, because I can't do anything while I'm recording. At least not up here.
But like this guy, but anyways, so like there was the most famous one of buying the worst example that he could find, was not intentionally. He was supposed to get a mint condition one. So he wanted an 80s LeBaron specifically with the talk radio. So there was an option on the early K-car LeBarons that the radio would actually talk to you in this weird robotic voice for anything that happens with the car. So, you know...
I think they also had, didn't that, like, around the time period, they also had, like, the low tire indicators and all the stuff that would have, like, a little display on the dash that would show you, like, whether the car door was open or you had a low tire pressure and shit like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It had stuff like that. It would also just say like if you know your car door was open and you had the key in it, instead of it binging, it would just talk to you. You know, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
It was just kind of a gimmick, but it was kind of neat, and it's kind of a rare thing to find nowadays, still working. So he just wanted one of those, and so he told the guy. The guy had like a lot of them. And he said, okay, I want the cleanest one you have. And bought it sight unseen, got it shipped to him, and there was basically no floor left in this car. Which, they're a unibody, so no structure. And what he ended up doing was, in the Car Wizard's backyard, he actually buried it for a year. He's done that a couple times. Yeah, there you go. Like Harvey just said it. It's like, don't forget your keys. Your door is ajar.
Right.
You know, it's just stuff like that, and it's just kind of annoying, but a fun gimmick, right?
Well, for back in the time, that would have been like something like, oh my god, wow, my car's talking to me.
Oh yeah, like, and they had a full digital dashboard and stuff like that too. Like they were. It's interesting because even though the LeBaron was still a K car, they tried to make it luxurious and stuff like that. But you know,
My mom had a LeBaron. LeBaron convertible.
Cool. I like LeBaron convertibles. Yeah. Now, I would actually own a LeBaron convertible with the turbo in its stick.
Oh, he's got a Jeep too?
Yes, he does.
Brian just sent me he sent me a lot of pictures.
Oh, he's got a lot. Yeah, he's got a lot. And actually, Brian, you need to send him. So he helps out with a brewery, actually, with some of his veteran buddies. And the vehicles that they have, that they use for the brewery, oh my god, they are so cool.
The what?
You need to send those pictures to Sean. Because, oh god, they're amazing.
I'm on my last beer.
Wow.
I literally like I don't have any more in the house. I have one cider after this.
Yeah. And because
I'll end up checking a lot of that stuff out after the live, only because I have ADHD and I'll end up getting sucked into it and then stop paying attention to the live stream.
Yeah, see, where mine is controlled, his is not.
It depends. Depends on what it is. But you start shoving cars in my face and I'm just going to get completely derailed. .46 CJ2A. That's nice. Oh, brain is dead.
Yeah, and the interesting thing with Brian, he likes weird just like I do.
But I don't have weird. Oh, I guess the Nova's kind of weird. The TA's not really weird.
No, TA isn't weird. TA is mainstream nowadays.
Oh, thanks. It wasn't when I bought it.
Yeah, it's true. When you bought it, but I mean, now they are. Like, you know, everybody
I was ahead of the curve.
Yeah, everybody wants a 77, 78, you know.
The one's a 79. It's got a cooler ass.
I mean, sure, yeah, yours is 79. That's right. But still, like those Trans Ams, and you know,
how many people have a poster in their home of their car? Not just a car, but literally their car.
You see, I don't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like one of these days I'll get one printed, but you know, till then.
I mean, that's pretty cool. I took advantage of that when I found it. It was from Insane Designs. They were doing a sale where if you sent them a really high-res picture, they would turn it into and that's actually poster material. It's not like that's that stuff that you can't tear. That like if you try to tear it, you can't tear it. It's not made out of like paper. And then there's this. This is also cool. I like that. That is laser cut metal. My fire chicken.
Yeah, oh yeah, like that is sweet.
There's a video on my channel of when I first got that. It is a laser cut mild steel. I wanted to get the stainless, but I'm gonna lose you guys off the back of the desk. I wanted to get the stainless, but the stainless was like $180, and I didn't have the money. So that one's got some natural patina to it now. Brian's little brother has a 72, an 82, and an 88. I'm guessing Bronco 2? Yeah, Bronco 2. I have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't have room for it either, but I'd make room for that.
I have these. This is for out in the garage, though. I have a bunch of other little metal designs here, too. These are supposed to go out in the garage, though. I need to bring my Jesus. Who is Brian? Brian. Causing my phone to have a seizure.
Yeah. Oh, he. What the one thing is, when he gets excited and wants to send you stuff, yeah, he will blow you up. 100%.
I don't blame him. I'm the same way.
Oh yeah, you are.
Except for I have a live stream to chill out on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like and don't worry, Brian. Like he's not upset with you or anything.
No.
You know, it's just like holy crap. You know, it's not a big deal. Like, because he used to blow up my phone all the time. He doesn't do that near as often as he used to.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Chieftain, that picture that I showed, that is actually my car when I was daily driving it. Actually, that was taken in front of the barn at the state hospital that I used to work at. It has I have to show you the original picture, but that was a photo taken at my work. Well, I knew he meant Bronco. I kind of figured that when I saw the B2. I figured that out. He wasn't born yesterday.
And actually, so something. Normally, I don't care what happens in Formula One.
Typically. There's something going on in Formula One?
Ford is going back to Formula One.
I saw that.
Which, now, they're partnering up with Red Bull, so... and what's interesting is they're doing it...
too bad, though, do they? The Red Bull teams?
No, Red Bull is pretty good, actually. Like, basically, your kind of top teams are, like, Mercedes, McLaren, and Red Bull, basically. So, but what's neat about this is that this is happening in 2026. Which is exactly 60 years after the Ford v Ferrari wars on Le Mans.
I think that Ford and Chevy and all the freaking American they need to get back into freaking racing.
Yes.
I mean, not like just like, and I don't really and I hate to say this, I don't really consider NASCAR because NASCAR isn't it's not like the individual brands aren't actually having a huge, other than the likeness of their cars, don't have a super huge actual influence anymore. They're not Chevy engines. They're not Toyota engines. You know what I mean? They're all copycats now with different bodies.
Yeah, and yes, Ford is in off-road racing. Like, what I'd love though is for the big three to get into like
old school Trans Am racing.
Yes, except for like you can use newer cars for that.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
The Camaro, the Mustang, the Charger. I mean the Challenger.
Yes, and the interesting thing will be though, because now that Dodge is stopping production of the Challenger, which I have a feeling they're gonna bring something.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be electric.
Yeah, and it will be electric, unfortunately. But which I love that. So Chevrolet is going like electric, right?
They all are. They have
Same
to.
as Dodge. Well, the one thing is Ford is doing gasoline until the end, which I like that. Because the new Mustang that's coming out, yeah, that is fully gas.
Chevy's doing the same thing because Chevy just released a new engine for the Camaro.
True, but the Camaro potentially is going out next year though. Like, it's dying. Period.
No, the Chevy's Camaro has been dying since they went to the that weird design they did. They changed the front nose of the Camaro and nobody liked it.
Well, okay, technically speaking, there actually is a lot of skill in NASCAR driving the way that they do.
Yes, there is a lot of skill. Am I not seeing the... Okay, never mind. Yeah, NASCAR, there is a hell... You can stick people that do Formula 1 and IndyCar, which obviously takes a different type of set of skill, and literally can't freaking do crap in a stock car. A lot of times you can stick a stock car driver in an Indy car or a Formula 1 car and they do kind of well. So, it kind of shows you where skill sets are. It's a totally different type of skill, and yeah, there's a lot more skill to that than you think, because, again, you're running a bunch of cars that are really identical, and it's at that point, it is really down to the driver being better than another driver. Not just, like in Formula 1 and stuff like that, a lot of it is the car.
Yeah, because they are, like, in Formula 1, there's a lot more variance. Compared to, where NASCAR, they're almost all identical. Like, yes, they have a little bit of variation, but not much. And... like, the one thing is, because I'd love, because at least, like, Australia still does, like, their Super GT series. Which I'd love for, that sort of thing to come over here.
What was it, the Super V8?
Yes.
Yeah, I like watching those. When I used to have the Speed Channel, I used to watch a lot of those Australian races.
Oh, yeah, well, actually, because the Bathurst 24-hour was just going on, too.
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube, but I never ended up clicking on the video. I've never really been good at attention spans for the 24-hour races. I'll watch recaps, but I've never been real good at being able to sit down and follow them.
Okay, your filter thing's on crack, because I accepted that comment, but why was that flagged?
Which one?
That last one from Brian.
Been overrun by the boys?
Yeah, it flagged that.
No, whatever.
Like,
no idea.
Your filters are on crack.
It's YouTube's generic filters. I don't even. I used to have a bunch of words that used to get flagged because when we had those really bad bots, they used to come in and just hijack my live streams chat. But even those, they wouldn't just hold the comments. They would just completely just eliminate the comment, which is not what I wanted. I wanted it just to hold more comments. Which I would much rather it holds, like, I would much rather it hold a comment than display a comment that I don't want being shown.
Oh, well, of course. It was just one of those things that comment just funny that it flagged that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you remember when we had that one group of bots that was coming in here saying all kinds of really nasty like things about kids and stuff.
I remember. Yeah. You know, and it just like, and I don't know why you were getting
Group B rally was just insane.
Well, there's a reason why it only lasted 2 years. You know,
it was dangerous as hell.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and now what I love about that though is like, so Group B rally racing stopped, kind of, because they all just went to Pikes Peak instead when it wasn't paved yet. You know, so they were doing that stuff up Pikes Peak, which was far more dangerous than the rally tracks that they were on.
I can't believe how many times I've seen people just roll off the side of that fucking mountain.
Well, yeah, well, actually, because you know, like Fast and Loud, when it was still a show,
never liked that show.
Well, they had a side show that was literally just them on a couch and reacting to these videos, right, on the internet.
Yeah.
And so, well, the thing is, there's this famous video of an Evo going over the edge and rolling, and they actually got those two in to talk to them about it, which was that was kind of neat to see their perspective about it. But you know, it's just like, it's wild how many people have crashed it. Like, because one of my favorite stories, actually, because there's this channel, it's a bigger channel, but I really love what they do. It's called VinWiki. And it's
I'm on VinWiki's website as one of the whatever, but their website is absolutely garbage. But I like their YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, like I have the app and it's trash.
It is.
Like,
it's garbage.
I don't like it.
It's such a shame because it was such a great idea, and I would have loved if it worked, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
work.
and it doesn't. Like, they have so much performance issues and stuff like that, and I'm not a fan of it. But I do like follow their YouTube channel, and like one of the greatest ones, because actually they've had Randy Popes on a few times, which he's a race car driver.
There's a guy who owns a Viper that's been on the VinWiki channel a few times, and I ended up following that guy's actual like YouTube channel.
Casey Putch.
Is it what?
Yeah. Casey Putch.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
I like the way he thinks, and I like his videos.
Yeah, well, also because like he does the whole thing with Genius Garage, which I love that.
Yes, I do too.
So much. And what's nice is like every single person who goes through Genius Garage and sort of finishes gets landed at a top job somewhere, guaranteed. You know,
I wish I had that when I was a kid.
Right? Same here. Like, that would have been awesome. But you know, because like, and now like he's only in the States. Like, there's nothing like that exists up here, and you know, and he's built some wild stuff. Like, absolutely, like he built a functional Batmobile, right, with the jet engine on the back. Like, you know, stuff like that.
He's got some pretty rare race sports cars too.
Yes, he does. Well, what I love is that he actually uses them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not just display.
Some of the one Corvette that he's got tucked up in the corner of his one warehouse obviously hasn't been touched, but I'm pretty sure he would eventually if he ever got to it.
Oh no! They raced that with Genius Garage.
Did they finally do that? I haven't seen anything on that Corvette in like 2 years. So if they did something within the last 2 years,
and I don't know if it's been within the last 2 years. I will say that, but I know that like that's one of the cars that they'll work on. They'll take to the track and they'll race. Now, and Casey's talked about of how the racing community, like all these snobs that are in it, of just being jerks all the time and just,
there's a lot of communities though, and it's really all it ends up doing is hurting the younger crowd from getting into what you're into. And what happens when the younger crowd doesn't get into what you're getting into? You run into things like the ban of internal combustion engines and things like that, where the younger crowd or the people coming in don't understand what was great about what you're into, and then guess what? You get left behind. Your hobby dies because there's nobody to pick up the torch.
Oh, exactly, and it's just so sad, you know. And we see not that the car hobby's dying per se, but you do see how it's changing a lot from where it used to be, and some of it's for good, because I'm able to, for the most part, go to just about any meet and be okay. It used to be, though, when I went to car meets and stuff like that, I had to kind of defend myself. And being a woman in the car hobby. And also, like, prove my knowledge to them. I don't have to do that as much anymore, thankfully. But, because it was really irritating for a while. I'm not going to lie. But I did, was able to school some people on their own cars. That's always the fun part, is when you go up, and somebody starts talking to you about your car, and they're talking smack, and they show you their car, and I know more about their car than they do. That's the best feeling ever.
Electric is not a replacement for the internet, and it's not. And in fact, I hate to say it, electric looks cleaner, but the amount that goes into making an electric vehicle, and the lifespan of the vehicles, it is so much worse for the environment.
Oh yeah, this is okay. So, a little bit of statistics. So, an electric car to actually beat out a brand new ICE vehicle, internal combustion engine vehicle, right now has to be on the road for a minimum of 4 years without having to replace the batteries or the motors, which that happens all the time within that time period. Especially look at Teslas. They're going through batteries like crazy, honestly. And so that's the one thing to where, okay, it takes 4 years because of the mining of the lithium and any other minerals.
If you ever seen a lithium mine, it's way worse than like a coal mine up here in PA or, geez.
Yeah, and now...
And then the disposal of the stuff after it's waste is absolutely ridiculous.
No, and now there are some Teslas that are great, to be honest. But there are a lot of them that aren't. Like, I have found that. And the one thing is, like, there is lots of time... Now, mind you, because you're in... So, you said you're in England.
No, there's not as much driving in England as there are out here in the U.S.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. They don't get near as harsh of weather as cold. In heat.
Heat and cold.
Yeah, so, like, they do get decently cold there, but they don't experience the temperatures that we do over here. Yeah,
like I said, not to mention the distance between towns, the remote areas here in the U.S. You see U.S. Online or whatever with the big cities and all that, but a lot of the U.S. is big, open, unpopulated areas. And it's
no. Chieftain, minus 10 Celsius, that's not even cold. No. I drive through minus 40 in my cars.
Yeah, I don't know what that compares to in...
Minus 40 Celsius is minus 40 Fahrenheit. So, minus 10 is going to be about 10, maybe 15 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's not that cold. Below zero.
Yeah, like, that's not really that cold.
Below
Nowhere
zero
near.
Fahrenheit. Which I don't know what below zero Fahrenheit is in Celsius.
Let me just double check. 0 Fahrenheit in Celsius. There we go. So that's minus 17 Celsius.
That's like about 20.
Yeah, and to be honest, like
and that's not including wind chills. That's just cold. That's not including the wind chills. So you kick that up with the high winds, and then we get up above 105. I think we've had almost up to 109 degrees Fahrenheit here in PA.
Yeah, so actually,
and that's not even the desert areas like out by Jesse.
Well, see, okay, now here's the thing.
Yes, agreed. Electric cars make sense in some places. Yes, high urban areas, things like that. Yes, they make sense.
Yeah. Now, okay, here's the thing: is there something that needs to be done with the environmental impact? Yes, I would fully agree to that. But electric cars are way worse for the environment.
They just look like nice at face value.
Yeah, but the way to actually go with all of this, and I've been harping on this for years, is hydrogen. And the thing is, what's awesome about hydrogen, you can harness it from anything.
Yep, anything
The
that has
only
water.
Yeah, exactly. Anything with water, which just about everything does.
Yeah.
You can actually.
It's a renewable resource. It burns clean, and to be honest, yes, hydrogen. I mean, it depends on whether or not we can do it efficiently. And that has been the biggest issue, is not being able to do it efficiently. But then again, these electric cars aren't efficient either.
Yeah, no, they're really not. And like the one thing is, because not only do the electric cars with their batteries, but they still have the same problems when they're being manufactured, just like the bodies and the interiors and all that, as a regular car does. So, like,
Brian just threw out a Mad Max.
Love it. But I mean, okay, so yes,
I love it.
They have an issue with storing hydrogen. They have for years and trying to get the infrastructure for that. But when they crack that code, you bet your ass the electric cars are going to be gone, and they're going to put hydrogen in.
Yeah. Well, just think about the you're talking about the infrastructure for hydrogen. The infrastructure for electric out here in rural, like I'm out here in Pennsylvania, it's not here. There's people out here with electric vehicles, but the problem is wait till the bad winter storms. You know how many times that I would not want to be stuck in one during the winter.
Well, okay.
Forget that.
So
Nope. I don't want to be stuck on a highway in an electric car that is only that to be able to stay warm, I have to use the battery, but I have no way to charge the battery. Just no.
Yeah, and also, okay, like you're skeptical about hydrogen. Well, here's the thing that's awesome about hydrogen. If anything pierces that tank, like when it's in your car or when it's in the storage facility, if it pierces that tank, well, it's not going to explode.
Nope.
All it's going to do is going to escape rapidly. Yes. And it can actually potentially be dangerous with the speeds it comes out, but it's not. Fire. It's not going to catch fire, and it's not going to explode. Hydrogen doesn't do that because everybody thinks of the Hindenburg for that, but the hydrogen helped as a little bit of a catalyst for the
the infrastructure that actually burned, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no, it is actually. So the coating on the outside of it was, I'm trying to remember the exact what it was called. And that's what burned so quickly. And then the hydrogen definitely accelerated that, but it had a fuel source to burn. Right? So, yeah. And now, like, there are... And also, like, here's the thing, though, too. There are places, for example, California, where electric cars are absolutely useless there. Because... they actually have planned blackouts all the time because their grid cannot keep up.
Texas,
yeah, and too. Texas. And honestly, and I'm surprised that like more of the huge urban areas don't actually have that problem.
Because California and Texas grids have not been updated since like forever ago. Out here in like Philadelphia, New York, some of these bigger metropolitan areas out here, they have gone through several full electric grid overhauls.
Yeah.
Which they haven't done out there.
Yeah, like, and I will say, like, I don't actually have an issue with electric cars. I just have an issue with electric cars in the way that they're portrayed.
I also have an issue of the fact of they're like, it's that way or no way. And that's really what pisses me off. Is electric vehicles aren't the solution for everybody. They're not the solution for people out here where I'm at. We don't have places to store them. We don't have places to charge them. A lot of us don't have our own private driveways or our own private places to be able to charge them at. A lot of the strip parking here, I can't even always park in front of my house.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, like, Brian raises a good point, too. So, what happens when those batteries actually burn in these electric cars? They can't really put it out.
No. We have our buddy Nick in our live stream group. They spent 6 days putting out one of those things.
Oh, see, the thing is, okay, a gas tanker, when it goes up, well, guess what? They'll have that out within a day.
Yep.
That's not a problem. But the thing is, with the electric, like, they do have actual electric, like, designed for electric batteries fire extinguishers, but they don't work that well. And the thing is, I remember actually seeing
they
a
also
video.
reignite. They go out, and then, like, a day or so later, they erupt again.
Well, see, now, okay, so I remember there was this video that a firefighter was talking about when there was a Tesla that caught on fire on the highway. The thing is, it was burning on the side of the highway for a week, and they couldn't touch it. So then finally, they brought a tank out, and they submerged it underwater for 2 months. It kept reigniting underwater. Gas doesn't do that.
No.
Gas burns on the surface of water, not underneath of it. So
they're saying that we don't need charging stations. Well, the thing is a lot of us here, and we don't have the ability to go sit at a gas station for an hour or so either.
Yeah, well, and so even okay, like, it can work, like, so for example here, if I decided, like, if I won the lottery and decided, hey, I'm going to buy a Tesla, I would never do that, but if I decided to do that, where I currently live out here in Sundre, I don't actually think I could get a quick charger installed to our grid. Because you actually have to get it approved, too. They don't talk about that.
Yeah, the thing is that you can convert street lamps to charging points. All that stuff, it may be convenient or easy, like, they're going to start charging for that shit.
Which they do, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's as soon as the gas cars are gone, the cost for all that's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, and the thing is,
the reason the price is down low now is because they want you to convert.
Yeah, like, and they do actually charge for the electricity there already. They've been doing that for years.
But also, do you realize how many lampposts they have out here? They don't.
Yeah, no, and to be honest, we don't really have a ton here either. Like, and
I can name several towns here that don't have. The only place that have lampposts is the main street that runs through the town. Any of the side streets, forget it.
Yeah,
no lampposts.
Okay, it's cheaper for now, but once the internal combustion engine is banned from new sales in Canada, it's gonna be 2035. I believe the States is very similar to that.
Do you know how many lampposts there are in this town? We don't have power out on our streets.
Okay, now he said $12 per gallon. Now, granted, I know they don't have. That's because okay. Let me just ask you: when filling up the Tesla, when it's just about empty, to getting it to full, how much does it actually cost? And I know that's usually not how Teslas work. You're usually going from station to station to, do supercharging for like 10, 15 minutes, whatever. I understand that. But if you've ever actually just gone and seen from when you're just about empty to full, how long does it take? And how much does it cost?
Am I near Pottsville? I am near Pottsville, actually. I'm about 30, 40 minutes north of Pottsville.
Yeah, it takes 30 to 40 minutes. It's about 5 to 10 pounds. Okay, and yeah, now fuel for you over there is stupid expensive, and there's no doubt about that. I understand that. Compared to here, like, we bitch about gas prices. Oh no, they're way worse. But you also have way better quality gasoline and much higher octanes than we do too. So there's that. But compared to what we have here.
Yeah. I'm Brian, I'm up in the coal country of Pennsylvania.
And yeah,
it's nothing but mountains up here.
Yeah, and the one thing is, for electric cars, it's gonna be cheap for now. But like, NOVAtazz mentioned, it's not gonna be like that forever.
No, the reason they're cheap now is because they want it to look convenient. The second that there's not another option, those prices will go up. I mean, you don't even have to believe me on that. Look at almost any other market out there. whenever they're trying to get people to convert to something else, things look great and the prices are down low, but as soon as there's no other option, prices go up.
Yeah, well, look at what happened with diesel. Diesel used to be basically free back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I'm not talking that long ago. You can go about 15 years back, and diesel was cheap.
Now it's more expensive than gas.
Now it's more expensive than, honestly, 91 octane. You know, which is ridiculous.
So
right?
How far is 50 kilometers?
50 kilometers is about 30 miles.
It's an hour to get between towns here. And the thing is I don't know. It just, no. I mean, you'd also have the ability to slow charge overnight. Unless I'm going to literally take the cars out of my work garage to park the car, which, no, that's the whole point of my garage is my hobby area. I don't have any off-street parking. I don't have anywhere to park my car that I could plug it in.
No, and it has been proven now, granted, no matter what, in vehicle production, there's no way you can actually make anything zero emissions when making it. It's impossible to do that.
Yeah.
Because just with the mining of materials and everything like that. But with hydrogen, it's actually proven to be zero emissions coming out the tailpipe. You know, the only thing that comes out is N2O, which is nitrogen. And now, what's really good about, that when going down the road, it's actually very good for the environment when you have extra nitrogen in the air. You know, very good for it. And it would actually, it would actually change temperatures throughout the world if everybody went hydrogen. It would actually probably get a little cooler in a lot of places, to be honest. Where electric, it's interesting because of the infrastructure involved with it. Actually takes quite a bit of energy to do. Like, it really, really does. And because you can look at the cobalt or the lithium mines, and basically they're destroying so much of an area to get this stuff out, where oil, you drill a hole that's about 10 foot wide down. That's it. You know, not even 10 foot wide. They're close to 5 foot wide. And some of them, you actually build a mine and you go inside. You know? But they're traditional mines that way. They're not these huge pits. And what's interesting, because everybody talks about how bad it is for...
I hate to tell you this, Chieftain. We ain't running out of oil anytime soon.
Oh, no, we... And the one thing is, we're not running out of fuel or oil. Nowhere near.
There's enough oil to last longer than the cars have been on the planet still.
Yeah, oh yeah, plenty of it. We'll be long dead before
generations.
Yeah, we'll be dead for give or take 200 or 300 years before oil ever ran out. Minimum. And
see you later, pilot.
The thing is, they find oil all over the place. Because, we have, the, here in Alberta, we have the oil sands, right? That has a ton of oil up there. And we have a lot of oil in northern Alberta. So much of it.
See, there is enough oil for several generations. Like I said, the internal combustion engine has really only been around since the early 100 years ish, big time.
Yeah. Basically.
And there is enough oil to supply the world with gasoline for another at least 200 to 300 years. I guarantee you we will have other issues than needing to provide gasoline for our cars before we ever run out of oil.
Yeah, and here's the one thing though too, is just so gasoline. I will fully admit, gasoline is not the answer for the future.
No,
and that's fine.
I'm not saying it is.
But
it's not the crisis that people are making it out to be today.
Yeah, it's really not, because it's interesting because you can actually look at nuclear power is fantastic as long as nothing goes wrong. Because we've seen a few times when that's gone wrong. But that's besides the point. You can't have nuclear powered vehicles though. It just doesn't work. Now if you're saying have nuclear power to generate the electricity for electric cars, when that is a little better, I will fully admit. But again, as long as there isn't a problem, because you can look at Fukushima, you can look at obviously
you still
Chernobyl.
have the problem of what the batteries are made out of. I mean, you got to think about it. Not just the batteries. Have anybody seen the shortage of microchips that need to run these cars?
What was that? Yeah.
We don't have enough silicon to make the computers these cars are running on. Let alone the lithium for the batteries, for considering that we're using lithium for everything from cell phones to half the shit in our freaking houses. I mean, it's not just the car stuff. There is a hell of a lot less microchips in a gas car. It takes a lot more computer power to run to both. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like, and to be honest, like, so
what am I copying?
Interesting. And it's just it's such an interesting. Oh, well.
Wait, so how much
Brian,
does it take to fill a?
Oh, it's not. It's like 5 or 10 pounds, which in U.S. dollars.
I think
that's
Brian might be behind the chat again.
Yeah, and I think he is.
Brian, refresh your feed. You might be behind, but you're not going to see this for another 5 or 6 minutes. Wait, I can message him.
Hi.
I won some soap.
You won soap. Okay, sorry, my dad just came back, so.
Hi, Dad.
But yeah, so, anyways, well, okay, to be fair, nowadays, it's almost impossible to work on new cars anyways. They make it impossible to work on.
They do it on purpose.
Yeah, and you don't think that they're going to do that with electric cars?
Oh, no, they already plan it. Have you not seen the whole bullshit with, like, they don't want you messing with the electric cars. So, like, the whole car hobby, all of us people that like to tinker with our cars and mod them and make them faster or make them unique or make them different, yeah, they're not going to they're going to lock you out of all of that.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And, they've already started. And the one thing is, like, Tesla swaps are getting popular. Absolutely they are. But I do wonder, though, when they're not actually going to be popular, when with the newer generations of these electric motors, to where they just make it impossible to try and swap into anything. Because they will do that, I'm sure of it. But,
yeah, well, I mean, like, I don't know if it's just a UK thing. Out here in America, a lot of us enjoy working on our cars and can work on our cars.
That didn't work.
I mean, I don't know if it is that way up in Canada, but here in America, a lot of us do.
Yeah, actually, can you hand me that power grid list?
I mean, car modification and car tinkering is a big part of...
Hi. Did you miss me? What's happening?
Yeah, is a big part of culture here in the U.S.
Hang on.
I got it.
Well, that needs to be unplugged for you to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much better system?
Oh, this is way better. Yeah.
I think it's not... I mean, to be honest, I don't think it's dying out as much as people think here in America.
No, the car hobby isn't dying. In fact, it's getting bigger.
Well, he's been saying that in where he's at, he thinks it's dying out. But like, I think it's actually getting bigger here in the United States.
No, see, the one thing is, it's growing no matter where you are in the world, especially if you have access to the internet.
If you have access to the internet, if you have access to car parts, if you have access to other people that enjoy it.
Yeah, because the one thing is, you see it all the time online where, in England and stuff like that, yeah, there's still plenty of car meets to go on. There's plenty of racing still. It's great. Like, if I ever visited, I'd love to see the car scene there. It'd be fantastic. Now, depending on where
he
your
says that
locale
he's got
is,
cameras, they can't get away with anything. Well, I mean, again, and that's the problem with a lot of stuff is, well, we have a lot of places that we don't necessarily have to do things on the street. We have plenty of places to take our fun to places where we're allowed to.
Yeah, and now, depending on where because I do know that, actually, in England, the one thing is,
I have a racetrack within 10 minutes of my house.
You do actually have, within the UK itself, you have a decent amount of racetracks. Granted, not drag strips.
Right, but are they
tracks.
places that will let you go and go play on them? Like here, a lot of our stuff, we can play on it. We have oval tracks, we have road courses, we have drag strips.
They have open track days at these places too.
We have places where we set up out here in parking lots.
Oh yeah, like slaloms and stuff like that. They don't have quite that luxury over there, but like they do have, their old tracks like Brands Hatch and Bristol and stuff like that, where they have open track days. Or he said, he could go to the Nürburgring and do a track day there too, because they have open track days all the time. Honestly, it's one of those things that
it's not as expensive down here. I can go out to the drag strip for probably under $20 or $30 and make a couple passes. It's more more expensive in fuel and tires and things like that than it is the actual price to get in.
See, now I will say open track days cost a lot more than drag strips do, because it's a lot more to maintain the track. So like an open track day will cost here, if you're with a big group, $200 or $300, but that's like for a full day of racing around a track. Yeah. Honestly, great deal.
Ours is full day too. It's but when you get a lot of people at a track, it's you don't get as many passes.
Yeah, because the one thing is, because we were looking into one of the now they actually did do this. One of the car groups I'm part of, it's a full-on Mustang group. Basically, if they got 30 people to go, it would have been $300 a person, which that's Canadian. So that's probably 200-ish.
Well, I mean, it's still not necessarily horrible when you have a fast car and you want to be able to play with it without having to, worry about getting a speeding ticket or anything like that. I mean.
Yeah, well, see, actually, Jesse, you can actually rent tracks for cheaper if you go for a waiver of insurance, if there's no insurance. Because I know Roy Marco can tell you that one of the car groups that he's part of, because he took his Hudson on a track, which that thing is not track ready or anything like that, and he didn't have a helmet on either, because they rented out the track, but there was no safety stuff. So, there was no ambulance, no nothing. And you could do that for a lot cheaper, to be honest. Now, not every track will let you do that. That is true.
It all depends on the track.
But there are some that will.
How busy they are and whether they get more higher-end clients. And I have a track. I have a drag strip 10, 15 minutes from my house.
See, and there, so 200 pounds per person, which, the one thing is, it is a decent amount. Don't get me wrong, that's actually a fair amount of money, but it doesn't mean though that that the hobby's dying or anything like that. Yes, it's expensive, especially over there, to do it. But I mean, honestly, cars can be cheap, but most of them aren't.
I mean, when you think about it, when you're sitting over there playing with a freaking a new Corvette or whatever, the car costs almost $100,000. Spending a couple $100 to go play with it at a track, that's nothing to you at that price point. When you have a beater 80s Camaro that you stuffed a freaking crate 350 in it, you know, $200 might be a bigger deal to you. You know, and it depends on your price range. Where are you at? I mean, that's why we have the smaller drag strips out here, because that's more where those cars are going to want to play anyway. You know, if you have a high-end sports car, you probably got more money. So you're probably not those higher track prices probably aren't going to hurt as much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and now the one thing is there is always some sort of racing that's cheaper, because I'm sure even over there.
Gotta have.
Actually, you know what? You want cheap racing? Rallycross, because
that's what I was talking about. The parking lot racing.
Oh no, Rallycross is like off road, like
I was thinking, what do they call it? Where they set the cones up in the parking lot.
Slalom.
Well, we don't call that down here slalom. We call it. I think that's what we call Rallycross.
Well, no. See, so. Because the one thing is, slalom is like you're going around cones in a parking lot, to be honest.
Well, no, it's basically a road course set in a parking lot. And it's timed. It's one, you know, like time trials. It's one car at a time. And they have a road course layout set out in a big parking lot. And it's the fastest time wins.
Oh, trust me. Insurance?
Autocross, that's it. Thank you, Snowblind.
Oh yeah, there's autocross too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Not Rallycross, autocross.
Yeah, Rallycross.
And those aren't normally super expensive to get into. And they got everything from stock cars with stock suspensions all the way up to classes with heavily modified sports cars.
Yeah, and also like, so the one thing is, okay, you're mentioning like the insurance on the cars when you're young. Yeah, we have that problem over here too.
Under 25 years old, especially if you've done some stupid shit, yeah, it gets expensive.
Yeah, or if you have the male genitalia, that, you know,
I
there's
know
that.
Nothing about that. I didn't drive muscle cars that whole time under 25 years old. Nope, not at all.
But and that's the one thing, and you mentioned they can't do anything around a track, dude. You'll have way more fun in a slow car driving it fast than in a fast car trying to drive it slow.
Yep. We like our little beaters here because you can beat the shit out of them and they don't cost a whole lot to freaking fix, and you know you feel like you're going a lot faster than you actually are on a small course.
Yeah, well, and like I've mentioned to people, is you'll never have more
he's
fun.
Only 17.
Yeah, he is young. You'll never have more fun than in an underpowered.
Give yourself a couple years.
Car.
I mean, I can understand you having the viewpoints you do. Give yourself a couple years. Get to in your mid-20s. The thing is if you grew up with internal combustion engines and tinkering with cars and things like that, and then somebody were to take them away, you'd see why we have the opinions we do. Because you're not going to be able to tinker with an electric car. Simple or not, you're not going to be able to tinker with it. They're not going to let you. And the car hobby will actually die.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
67 fairly
now,
nice.
And now, and the one thing is, racing here, yeah, you don't see a lot of, kids that are, under the age of 20 going to even the drag strip.
Yeah, because unless you have family in it, because you just don't have the money, the resources, or the whatever. That's a mid-20s and up kind of game, because at that point in your life, you're more focused on getting your feet underneath of you than you are necessarily freaking racing.
Yeah, see, full disclosure, I didn't see my first drag race in person until I was about 21.
I grew up around racing since my mom pulled me out of elementary school. My mom pulled me out of elementary school as a home field trip to go see Dover Downs when they first paved it in concrete.
That's cool. The racing that we saw, because we didn't have a drag strip close to us, so the closest sort of racing that we had was give or take about an hour, and it was dirt oval track racing. You know,
there's nothing wrong with dirt oval track. That shit's fun.
Well, you know what was really cool about it, because back in the day, they don't really have this much anymore, but they used to have this thing called Claimer Car Series, to where when the racing was over, if you wanted to buy any of the cars, I think when it started it was about $300, and then $400, and then so
did Dad just
and you bought
correct
that? Yeah, my dad did. Because he was very tempted
Point
to
for
do
Dad.
it.
Fucking I want
Point for Dad.
But yeah, so it was $400 to do the Claimer cars when they first started to do it. It was $400, and then the prices got a little more. But what's interesting about Claimer car is, so you buy that car for that $400, but then you might race it one weekend, you might race it for the rest of the season, until somebody else puts a claim on that car. Then you give it up, and they get the car, right? So it's kind of a neat system that way. That's really cool.
Tiefton said that he's been working on his dad's cars since forever, and now he loves electric and doesn't want to work on them. But the problem here in America is they're attacking the government is attacking our ability to be able to work on our classic cars. They're attacking our ability to modify and get performance gains out of our cars. And it's ridiculous. They're using environmental protection as their reason for things like not being allowed to tune the computers in the cars, when a lot of these tuners will make these cars run a lot cleaner and make a lot more horsepower than they did factory, which doesn't make sense, because if you don't want people making cars less efficient, then why are you going to stop people from tuning them when their whole point is to make the engines run as efficiently and as clean as possible? Because the cleaner and more efficient it runs, the more horsepower they make.
Yeah, so my 81 Mustang with the inline six, my plan for the future is to put a turbocharger on that car. And the best part about turbocharging, because it uses exhaust gases, it does lower emissions quite immensely. Now, the one thing is, with that, is that car, when it's fully built out, I bet that it's going to be better for emissions than a modern car is. Period. Because, older cars are really interesting for that because of how efficient you can actually make them. The newer cars, you can do that via computer, but I can do that via old school tuning.
Yeah, he says that, let's face it, most tuners don't run engines for eco, they run it for performance. The funny thing is, a lot of the times, it's one and the same. It's not running it for eco. The funny thing is an engine makes more horsepower when it burns the fuel cleaner. It's not a matter about burning more fuel. It's about how efficiently you burn the fuel. You might be burning more fuel, but it's more efficiently. It's coming out of the tailpipe cleaner than a stock engine. And that's what it is.
Because we are talking about, so the one thing is, just because you use more fuel doesn't necessarily mean that the emissions are worse. That's not true at all. And now,
it is in the old school, like carbureted engines. Yes, that could have been true, because carbureted engines, they're stupid. Not that they're stupid. A carburetor is stupid. You set a carburetor for a specific RPM, and that's where it runs its most efficient. Any other time in that thing, it does not run as most efficient. Yes, we know, Jesse, you like your carbs. I'm not dissing carbs in general. I'm just saying a computer-controlled EFI engine, when tuned correctly, can make a lot more horsepower, but also be more efficient than most cars are stock.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely true. And now, okay, Chieftain, that is if I remember correctly, it's a big block with no overdrive. So 10 miles per gallon, that's normal for cars like that. Yeah. But that's not normal for every
and 411 gears. My truck has 411 gears and gets 17 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, now, Oh yeah, that's your inline six one. Like my
And
car.
mine's a V8.
Yeah, like like my inline six Mustang gets 31 miles to the gallon, and yet I've actually made that thing. It used to get right around 22 or 23. I've also made it quite a lot faster too, while doing that. Because there are ways you can actually make cars to run, get more power and actually get a lot more fuel efficiency at the end of the deal too.
That's the whole point of me doing the EFI swap on the TA. I have a 400 cubic inch Pontiac engine in my Trans Am, and I am doing an EFI swap on it. And there's two reasons. A, I want to be able to make more horsepower out of it, and I want to make it more fuel efficient. I'm saving the environment in both ways. But technically, the EFI system I'm putting on the car, because it's not factory, if EPA, which is our environmental protection, had their way, that would be illegal. I'm not hurting the environment. If anything, I'm making a more environmentally conscious decision. But but they don't care. Anything modifying any vehicle other than what it came from stock, if it's anything that is emission controlled, intake, exhaust, engine itself, anything that involves with the way the engine runs is considered illegal, and I think it's stupid.
Yeah,
I think if it's not making an engine run worse, then at that point I understand. Like the diesel trucks with the coal burning tunes and stuff. I understand that's horrible. But if you're making an engine run more efficiently and burn cleaner, why is that illegal?
Yeah, so if I went to a Holly Sniper system like you have, and did like the 2-barrel variant or whatever else like that, I could realistically probably gain somewhere around 15 to 20 horsepower over my setup now. And I could actually probably get 5 or 6 miles to the gallon out of the deal too. Because right now, like, my car runs pretty optimum. It just doesn't idle low. But like when it's down the highway, it runs very efficiently. It's just down low, it's not great.
Chieftain, let's put it this way, simple. A container ship is more environmentally harmful making one trip than hundreds of cars over years.
Yeah,
Jet planes, you are way more harmful. The thing is the fact that they're harping on a single car or small group of cars making that big of an environmental impact is bullshit.
Yes, and I will say, okay, you're mentioning about more CO2 is emitted. Carbon dioxide is actually fantastic for the planet.
Yeah, it's not that it's...
Like, because that's the one thing, like, and especially here with the amount of trees we have. Now, it's a little different over there. You don't have quite as much forest as we do. But the one thing is, what do plants want the most of? They want carbon dioxide. Because that's what they take in. And because
that is a lot of the bigger problem is the fact that we are killing our forests. The less amount of forests there are around the world to convert it, the worse it's going to be. Yes.
Yeah, and that is true. Now, the one thing is, with the reforestation efforts, though, they actually do quite a good job. Like, not everywhere around the world, and they're starting to kind of get a little iffy here in Canada. But for the most part, like, for every tree they cut down, they're planting, like, 3 or 4 more, right? And yes, they take a few years, obviously, to grow and whatever else, but it's much more efficient doing it that way. And, like, and that's the one thing, because there's always this common misconception of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but really, it actually doesn't harm anything as long as you have the plants or whatever to actually absorb that and create the oxygen to counter set it, right? It's fantastic. Now, and I will agree, like, there are areas like, if you look at LA and look at pictures of it from, like, the 60s and 70s, there's a reason why they did all of the aggressive
They
emissions
were burning
controls.
a lot more than it wasn't just the vehicles. They were burning a lot more other things.
It's true, but the vehicles actually did have a decent impact there, though. It really did, due to how much the population was condensed in one area. And now you look at that from then to today, and yes, the factories have gotten better in the area for sure, but the cars have definitely gotten better, and there's a reason why it is very strict there, and it's totally understandable. But there is a certain thing, because like what the EPA is trying to do actually in the United States, which Canada would follow suit if that actually went through, guaranteed, is they're trying to stop anything that affects emissions. Now, the one thing
for better or worse, which is the stupid part.
Yeah, for better or for worse. Now, the thing is, everything affects emissions. Air filters, intakes, exhaust, mufflers, hell, your spark plugs that you use even affects it, right? So, what they're trying to do there is like, so, okay, any aftermarket, spark plug
it's not
is
an environment. At that point, it's not an environmental push. It is a push to stop the car hobby in general.
Yeah, no, Chieftain, it's carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide is CO2. Carbon monoxide is CO. Carbon is C.
There you go. Yeah, see, and that is correct.
I mean, that's your basic. That's your basic, scientific formulas. C is carbon. O is oxygen. So CO is carbon monoxide, is in other words one oxygen molecule. CO2 is carbon dioxide because it has two oxygen molecules.
Yeah, and yes, do cars, they do produce a little bit of carbon monoxide. They all do. That's a given. But, and it goes back to the electric thing. You know how much carbon monoxide they're actually giving off mining for that lithium? A lot. A lot of it.
How about just the toxicity of lithium to begin with?
It's true. Oh, yeah. And, lithium, cobalt, all that stuff, right? It's just... And, until...
And there's a hell of a lot more limited source of lithium than there is freaking fossil fuels.
That's true. Oh, yeah. Now, and granted, will they find more lithium throughout the years? I'm sure they will. But right now, it's definitely a volatile sort of system that they have for it. That's not going to last that long. In fact, lithium, right now, they estimate with the mines that they have, it's only going to be around for about 80 years, give or take. Which is not that long of a time when compared to oil. We have a lot more than that. So it is interesting, and yes, and I do agree. The internal combustion engine, the way it is not the way of the future, and even internal combustion engines in the future might not be the way to go, because if they can figure out a hydrogen electric system to where they have very minimal batteries, like just your regular sort of batteries, like our AGMs that we run in our cars. Which, yes, you still have to mine for the batteries, of course. But it's a lot better for, our lead acid and AGMs. Now, the one thing is, because if you can harness electricity from the hydrogen itself, which they have been doing in factories for a long time. So it wouldn't be super difficult to try and do in a car, I don't think. I mean, it might be a little harder, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it's just interesting of how that really is that way, and what people think about. Sorry, my brain is starting to not function properly here.
Says we burn the rest of the oil on the planet, we will go extinct. The thing is how many, the amount of years it would take to burn through that is just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, well, and
and like I said, we're going to run into a lot of other issues before we ever get I don't think society is going to last as long as people think it is. I mean, there is how many historic studies, and especially with the way that we're going, where our society will implode on itself before we get that far. Just
See, and now-
society as we know it today, civilization as we know it today, will cease to exist.
Oh, for sure. And and here's the thing though too, is so, oh God, again, brain is not really working right now. I had a thought, and it vanished. It vanished.
Is it getting that late,
what was
Kat?
Oh, there we go. That's what I was thinking of.
It's 1 o'clock in
So-
the morning here.
So it's only 11 here. It's not that bad. So look at, for example, these bottles. Guess what makes these bottles? Oil. Guess what makes this can?
Aluminum.
Oil. Well, it's aluminum, but to mine it and stuff like that takes oil. This paper straw, even paper, takes oil to produce. Because again, when you're cutting down the trees and all that stuff,
we know it.
right? And everything runs off of oil. Everything we do. And even like
Jeez,
producing
6 o'clock in the morning. Why are you even up? I am not functioning at 6 in the morning. And you've been watching this live stream for a good like hour. I mean, you've been up at since 4 in the morning. I'm going to bed about that time. I'm not getting up.
He plays World of Tanks, so that's the reason why. You get your best gaming at night.
Now we played 7 Days to Die till the sun came up in the morning. Me and Jess literally have played all the way through the night, didn't even realize it, and we started hearing birds chirping. Like, why is there birds chirping in the middle of the night? I looked out the side, and the sun was fully up because we have blackout curtains in our old office, and the sun had completely risen, and the birds were outside singing, and we're like, we have a kid. He's going to be awake in a little bit. We should probably go to bed and try to get some sleep before he gets up.
Now, and oh God, to be 17 again and to pull all-nighters.
Yeah, I
just
can't
because
do
you
that.
can.
My brain.
Oh.
I mean, that killed us that day because we got 2 hours of sleep. Our kid woke up, and we were miserable.
Yeah. Well, how do you think I felt? A couple weeks back when I drove my dad to the airport on zero sleep. That was fun. That was fun.
Wasn't that last weekend?
No. So it was.
Was it 2 weekends ago already?
It was 2 because
we're halfway through February already.
Getting there, yeah. Actually, yeah, because it's only 28 days. So yeah.
Monster. Pacific Punch. Pacific Punch. That's my go-to.
Yeah. See, I don't do the energy drink thing. I do the Powerade thing.
I don't have any energy drinks here. Oh, I am 39 years old with ADHD and survive on 4 to 5 hours of sleep and work over 10-hour shifts at my work. So yes, I survive on caffeine.
Yeah. No. Well, okay. Not in a traditional sense of when you think of Monster energy drinks. They're awful for you.
And caffeine and B2
and that's the one thing, they have a ton of caffeine and whatever else. This is mostly
Powerade
just
had
electrolytes.
caffeine in it.
But they don't. It's electrolytes.
Yeah, that's not an energy drink. That's
it has sodium, but that's it, right? But it has a lot of good stuff like potassium, calcium, vitamins B6 and B12 and magnesium.
Yeah, I literally drink probably 3 or 4 20-ounce bottles of Mountain Dew at work just to keep going, and then I end up falling asleep when I get home. What's up, puppy? What are you doing? No, you can't have the pistachio shells.
And the difference is though, so with your your Monster Energies and stuff like that, you drink that and eventually you'll crash. Best part about this sort of stuff, you won't crash.
I've tried that. It doesn't. No, I crash while I'm at work. There's a difference. I'm not drinking the caffeine because I'm worried about crashing later. I'm worried about crashing while I'm at work. So yeah, it's just to keep me going while I'm at work. After I work, I don't care.
Well, yeah, I know the reason why you do it and everything. And it's funny because he's 17, and so it's
Yeah,
a
he's
little
17
different.
and he's already depending on energy drinks. I would hate to see what he's like when he's 35.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We didn't have energy drinks like that when I was a kid. I mean,
I love how we said
like
yes.
Jolt and those high caffeine drinks, they didn't even come out till I was like approaching high school. Energy drinks weren't even a thing until I was already an adult.
I love how he said, yes, I know, but I'm going to die before I'm 50 anyway, so I don't really care.
What are you worried about the freaking environment for?
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're not going to be
you're
around.
saying-
Who cares?
Yeah, if you're saying you're going to be dead by 50, then the environment shouldn't be jack shit to you. You see, like, and honestly, like, when it comes to, like, energy drinks, I haven't had an energy drink since I was, like, in junior high. So, it's a long time ago.
Again, Chieftain, our race is going to freaking have more issues in whether or not it's got fossil fuels. I am pretty sure that the way our society is going already currently, we are going to have more issues of us harming ourselves than running out of resources. So, I mean, like I said, I am looking at there being a society collapse long before any of the issues we're all worried about are a problem.
Rip, I can't do anything.
I wouldn't even be surprised if within a generation or two, what we consider civilization or society isn't already in the realm of Mad Max and post-apocalyptic. You know, and that's just the way that I feel. I don't think... I mean, we're already at a point where a majority of the population don't give a shit about what's important and are worried about trivial bullshit and are so quick and easy to fight amongst themselves that I wouldn't be surprised if what we consider civilization just collapses within the next couple of generations. I was just using that as an example. I wasn't necessarily meaning Mad Max in general. I'm just saying that society just collapses in on itself and it's not the organized well, not even that it's peaceful now, but whatever. It's just I'm not even going there. I can't say whether I agree or disagree with that, but I'm sure you can figure it out. Yeah, just society and civilization and what we consider the world as we know it today is going to be in shambles within a generation or two. It is what it's going to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, and, you know, it's interesting because...
what I'm willing to admit to outright in words is not necessarily the same thing.
Well, because one thing is, so... Yeah, the UK can definitely collapse the same way as the United States can. Absolutely.
It's the whole world. It's not going to be a particular country. The whole world. The thing is we're all separate countries, but what are we all connected by? The same thing it's the internet. You know, there isn't going to be a single country or whatever that's going to be better than... It is the whole world is going to end up collapsing in on itself. I mean, it was secluded to certain civilizations way back when because that was the effective communication. Our effective communication anymore is worldwide. So it's not just a particular area that's going to end up having issues. It's going to be the world.
Yeah, and I mean, and to be honest, like, because it's interesting that, you know, you have the mindset of like, well, you know, the U.S. would crash before like the U.K. does, but here's the thing: you guys are already headed down a downward spiral, as it is.
We all are. It's not just one. It's all of us.
I know, but if you let me.
Yeah, finish. I'm letting you.
We remember Brexit. And how much of a cluster that was. Where, you know, the UK decides, hey, we're going to leave the EU, and how bad that was, and how, like, that changed a lot of stuff in the country, from what I've heard, and made stuff a lot worse overall, and made stuff cost a lot more and whatever else. And guess what happens when you start having stuff cost
We
a
like
lot
the US
more?
that way, by the way.
But like, when stuff starts to cost a lot more, especially when it's something because the government intervened, you start to get a lot more distrust with the government. And once you get more distrust with the government, you have, you can eventually get to a point. I don't know exactly when that might happen, but you can look at
The government is
some
not
other
your friend to
countries.
begin with. I hate to tell you that.
Oh, no, they're really not, but you know what I mean. Like, as, even just for stuff like cost of living, when that starts to increase and you start to distrust the government less and less, because a lot of it is from what they're doing. And, on and on and on, right? You get to a point where, there could potentially be an anarchy system, like, proper at some point. I wouldn't doubt that. I don't think that's going to happen in our lives. But, it's definitely possible for it to happen.
I want to piggyback what they're talking about in the chat. They were talking about how, culturally different or whatever from state to state or whatever. It's not necessary. Like Jesse and Brian, it's not culturally different. The differences are what works in the particular regions that we live in. The United States is so vast that what works out in Texas does not work up here in PA because our climate, our environment, there is so much change between those things. So rules are based on what works for that particular area, and the ability for the states to decide what works for where we're at is what helps us actually stick together. Because if there was one set of rules for the whole United States, it would be a mess. No. If anything, that's exactly why it would hold together. The United States is a lot more unified than you think it is. We may squabble and fight, but I think if anything would end up actually threatening anything, you have a whole shit ton of angry Americans all ready to back each other up.
Yeah, the scary part with the U.S., because, mind you, Canada is in a similar boat to that of how many guns we have.
Nowhere near what the Americans do.
Oh, sure. Like, Americans have a lot more, but they also have a lot more population. So.
What? I missed that.
Still, yeah.
Oh, like, just saying, with the angry people and how many guns they have.
A lot less guns than we used to.
Well, it's happening here in Canada, too. Because they're trying to ban a bunch of guns here in Canada,
Well,
too.
you give it 10, 15... You give it when I was a kid. You would not have been hard-pressed when I was a kid, and I'm talking, like, high school, to see 4 or 5, if not more, trucks out in the school parking lot owned by students with gun racks with guns in them. Rifles, shotguns, whatever. Just there. Yes, we do, but it's a lot less than it used to be. It's nuts, but it's not. You got to think about it. How did America win its freedom?
Yeah. Now, little difference, like, because...
They just put the guns behind their seats now. Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, now, like, the interesting thing is, because there's still a ton of people that own a bunch of guns. Like, my, that's not quite how it went there. Yes and no, actually. There was a little bit of, with the U.S., of the French helping out. That is true, actually, to win your independence, but that doesn't mean anything. The French didn't win it for the U.S., because was there French support for it? Yes, there was. But they weren't the main fighting force there, but...
Could we have done it without the French? It might have taken longer, but it's...
I don't know. I mean, much different time, to be honest, and we don't know. But the one thing is, gotta remember, and like for that was a long, long time ago. I like that one. That's what Brian put in the chat. I like that.
I saw it. Yeah, see, like, the thing is that's the thing is you put us in a pinch, we just work harder. You know, it's not like we're not going to say, hey, you know, if you're offering the help that we couldn't use it, yeah. But if we don't have the help, we're still going to go through with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than, okay, look at what's happening in the Ukraine right now. Because when that first started, they had they had no backup at that point, and they
still fought.
Yeah, they still fought, and you know, and now, like, yes, they have a lot of backing with equipment, and some soldiers, but not a lot, to be honest. It's mostly their own people.
Yep. And
they're kicking Russia's ass right now. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I love it.
I mean, and the thing is, that's the way it is with the U.S. You know, you back us into a freaking corner. You know, people that weren't going to join the army are going to start joining the army. You know, it's just, you know, I mean, it's just the way we are.
Honestly, like, I'd be curious to see, like, in a proper sort of, if they had, like, a realistic simulation of, you know, an invasion of the U.S., how exactly that would play out. And depending on different powers and stuff like that. Honestly, it would be an interesting thing to see, because I almost wonder, like, now.
I agree, Jesse. War is not. Hold on, war is not cool, but the fact that they're going to sit there and they're going to stand up for what they believe is right instead of just getting run over, that's the part that's cool. It's not the part that war is cool. It is the fact that they were willing to pull together and do what they needed to do to defend what was theirs. That's the part that's cool. No, they should never have been put in that situation. But the fact that they were able to handle it the way they did when put in that situation is the cool part.
Putting that little thing in there, because, you know, if they want to talk about Canada in World War II with you know, Normandy, no, Canada was given the worst, like the heaviest defensive area with Juno Beach to try and go through. They went through it and they kept going, and they actually had to be pulled back because they went too far.
Because the forces were coming in behind them.
Yeah. It wasn't so much that. It was just like, we need everybody to catch up. So, like, the Americans and all that stuff. So, that's the reason why. Like, and Canadians as a whole throughout war history have always been the most badass force, to be honest, to be reckoned with. Because the one thing is, we didn't have the numbers as much as, say, the United States or Russia. But the training and the grit that we had was far superior to a lot of people's. And it's just amazing to see throughout war history. And they never talk about that on the international stage of what the Canadians did. And it just blows my mind.
The word stormtroopers was coined by the Germans in World War I to describe the Canadians.
There you go.
That's where the stormtroopers came from.
Yeah, I forgot about that, actually.
Brian says Aussies were... But Aussies don't give a shit.
They are kicking ass, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and, like, Canada's always been a really badass force, and, like, you know, and if Canada had to do it again, you know, yeah, it would still be kind of there, because it's interesting, actually, because the world stage of where, like, training actually happens, like, especially with the States... Oddly enough, like, more of the elite forces actually are trained in Canada for the Americans.
Because we look like Russia.
That's true too. Like it does help that we have a similar landscape to Russia, but in that regard.
Nice.
But yeah, it is it's interesting. Like, and I love looking back at war history and whatever else, and just seeing how and especially when a small force is able to really just dominate a larger force, because it's interesting right now because our Canada's military's never been a big military. We don't really have a navy. We have one boat, maybe a couple, but that's it. And
we have supply ships and we have missile cruisers.
Yeah. Well,
UK
comparatively
Special
on the world
Forces
stage,
is still the best, huh? I'm guessing that's what SF means.
Yeah. The one thing is now, because there was actually there was a show back in the day on Spike of all things. If you remember, that TV channel Spike.
No,
back
it's TNT or whatever it was.
Well, they actually had realistic simulations on that show of what would happen if American Special Forces fought with British Special Forces, and they did a bunch of different stuff. I want to say it was Deadliest Warrior or something like that back in the day.
Oh, I remember that show, yeah.
Yeah, it's such an awesome show to watch. And the one thing is, actually, the UK British, their special forces, they're pretty badass, and I think they actually, in that particular simulation, I believe they did beat the Americans. But and that's one of the things, though. It just depends on the scenarios and stuff like that.
Well,
obviously,
the other thing is it's not just a particular unit. I mean, you think about it. What other country is able to mobilize across large oceans and being able to bring their power to another area more than, let's say, the U.S. versus somebody being able to do that to come to the United States? The United States already has the ability to infiltrate most other countries around the world because of their naval power and everything else, and their ability to move troops and supplies. Most other countries don't have that ability. They may have strong armies, not discrediting anybody else's army, but to be able to move that army in today's world,
I'd actually be curious to see with the United States, if they had to do a mass rollout, how efficient they would actually be because of how large the force actually is. Because you might have a similar situation to Russia to a certain degree because of how large your force is.
A lot of our force
now,
is
granted,
not even in the United States now.
Well, no. Let me.
Go ahead.
If you had to take everybody and there was World War III going on, and you had to push them all into enemy lines like that, right? I'd be curious to see actually how the United States would do. I'm positive they'd have much better organization than the Russians have, but I think they still run into similar problems though, like the Russia has had invading Ukraine. In regards to even just equipment and how hardy the people are and all that different stuff, right? And I do wonder, I think the Americans do a much better job than what Russia has, absolutely. But I still think they'd run into similar issues, though. And also, trying to organize that large of a force is quite a task. So, and yeah. And it all just depends on how good the leaders are, which we don't really know because they haven't really had to do that sort of thing for a very long time. So...
Jesse has a good point of why a lot of Russia's problem wasn't that. Russia's problem is the fact that they were using very ill-maintained equipment.
You don't think the Ukraine was using very old equipment? Come on now. Because they were. They're using a little better equipment now, but not when they started.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that was Ukraine's home turf. There's a difference between mobilizing on your own turf versus mobilizing into another turf, and the Ukraine has access to their resources. Russia had to have their resources brought to the area, and there's a big difference of, think about it this way, your car breaks at home. Okay, your car breaks at home, easier to fix. Your car breaks 5 hours away from home, a little harder to fix. So there's the big difference.
Yeah.
Russia's tech was not that reliable. It was quite proven that it was not reliable.
Like, you go back far enough, and Russia's equipment was extremely reliable.
Well, yeah, but not currently.
Yeah, not.
It's been. It's not been maintained.
Yeah. No, okay, a T-34...
Exactly, yeah. So the attacking country really has to bring the A game.
But here's the thing. Russia doesn't use T-55s, T-34s anymore. They use T-62s and T-72s. Right? And stuff like that.
90s and T-14s.
Yeah. So, like the T-34 hasn't been used by Russia since, like, the 50s. Which it got replaced by the T-55. But the T-55 got replaced with the T-62. So the T-62 got replaced, and on and on. Like, Russia actually does have proper made battle tanks. And they're badass tanks. Well, like, the one thing is, like, a T-72 is similar to a T-55. That is true. It's upgraded to it. And reliability-wise, they might actually be, like, somewhat reliable. It just depends. But, like, when it's kind of been proven, though, in the Ukraine right now, that they're not as reliable as what the Russians say. Because there are a few that are breaking down, and, like, farmers are capturing, tanks and APCs and stuff.
Yeah. When your equipment is breaking down far from home, it's not necessarily the greatest thing. When your equipment is not going down because it gets destroyed, but because it just has failures. And if you're sitting anywhere, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah.
That too, no fuel.
Yeah, and actually Brian had an interesting point, because, and that's actually been proven throughout this entire conflict over there that, the Russian troops have not been trained very well. So that's been an interesting one to watch, too.
Well, I am getting tired. So, I hope to see you guys here next week, and who knows what we'll talk about next week. 9 p.m. my time, Eastern. Chieftain, I have no idea what time that is. 9 p.m. Eastern for you. I mean, it's 1:30 here, so I've been live for 4.5 hours. Ish. So 4.5 hours from earlier now. Brain's not working. But anyway, yeah, I don't know how often you're going to be up at 2 a.m. to catch the stream, but glad to have you here at any point in time. Had an awesome conversation with all of you guys. Awesome live stream. I mean, it is 1:30 here, and we still have 6 people in here having an active conversation. So, yeah, that's the whole point of this live stream. So, catch you guys on the social medias, and hopefully catch you guys here next Saturday, and see what trouble we get into. All right. Night.
Ciao. It was nice chatting with all of you as well. It was fun.